Oh, are we not doing the Soho Art Gallery?
Oh, why don't we?
We've got,
Okay.
I think we've got maybe more.
Oh, you can
Yeah.
leave me out.
Okay. Let's go.
Joni, thank you for your backdrop.
Oh, did you catch it?
I
Your book?
did.
Yay. Yeah, Jeff is right there too.
Hello, hello, everyone. Welcome, welcome. Hello. So good to see you. We're hanging out in the gallery again tonight.
Welcome to Soho, everybody.
Yes.
Yay.
How are you? Looking very festive. Lots of red and green. Oh my gosh. Toby, love the hat. Awesome. Yes. Yes. How is everyone tonight? We're eager to, to hear how things went with your assignment. If there's anything that you want to put in the chat, please do.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
Hello.
Alex
Well-
is here. Yay.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Awesome.
Hi.
Oh, so good to see you. It's very fun seeing the backdrops too. Amanda, you too have a great hat. Got your Santa hat going
All
on.
right.
Yes.
Hey,
And
you
Maria.
Hey, you guys. I sold a book today.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, congratulations. That's
Oh
wonderful.
my God.
That is
wonderful.
Who's talking?
What
Yeah.
kind of book?
I'm Meg O'Hare, Margaret O'Hare. Hi.
Oh, Margaret.
Oh,
So I teach kindergarten and I write books, and like I have like an 800,000 word novel that's a trilogy that I'm putting down into 2 books that I had at TriStar 30 years ago, yada yada. I haven't sold my novels, but this is my 9th picture book with Scholastic, and I'm so excited. Well, my first one with Scholastic was called You Are Enough, and I traditionally sold my first 5, and then we self-published books 6 and 7 because we wanted it to be done right away. And we got on the Today Show, we got on Good Morning America,
Gosh.
Oh,
and
Margaret.
then I sold You Are Enough to Scholastic, and then now today they bought this book they want, and they want it by January, but it's called You Are Loved. It's about, so there's a little girl named Sophia Sanchez, and she has Down syndrome, and she lives in my town. She's an amazing, inspirational girl. You can Google her, Sophia Sanchez, and she's just darling. Anyway, our book is You Are Enough, and now, anyway, I just had to share. I'm sorry.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Margaret. Yay. Oh my gosh, that's fabulous.
That's
But
really
I'm gonna
great.
do a Hallmark movie. You wait and see. I will do it.
All
Boom.
right. You go,
Yes,
girl.
you are. Yes, you are.
All right.
Oh, you are doing important work, Margaret. Thank you so much for
Congratulations.
sharing that. Yes.
Okay.
We're getting some echo from the feedback.
That's
Yeah.
true.
The echo. I don't know why echoing.
Okay. All right.
There. Awesome. Yeah, we'll just have everybody muted except whoever is speaking at the moment. So Margaret, again, thank you for sharing that. It's so fun to share these successes and how great that happened today. Yes. Applause, applause. Okay, lots of Santa hats coming in. We'll just take another minute or two. Make sure everybody gets in the room. So
I
is there
totally
anyone else
forgot
who
about
has-
the Santa hat aspect of the assignment? That is hilarious. Okay,
yeah.
next time.
Very important part of the assignment. There you go. Yep. Yep. Got the elf hat, which I may leave until later, but there you go. So is there anyone else who has a success story or something that they want to share while the rest of the folks come into the room? If so, just unmute and we'll leave everyone else muted.
I finished NaNoWriMo,
Oh,
50,214 words.
awesome. And who is this speaking?
This is Holly from Ferndale,
Hi.
California. Hello.
Hi,
Hello,
Holly.
congratulations.
Thank
Yes,
you.
that's awesome. So happy to hear that.
Oh,
That's
my
a lot
God.
of commitment. Yeah, yep.
Today is release day for me for Winter Wonders with Skullgate Media Publishing.
Oh my gosh.
My name is Colleen Storrs. I'm from Lake Bluff, Illinois. I'm a physics teacher, and I have a story that it came out in an anthology of all winter type stories, and today was release day. It's called.
Oh
Ah,
my gosh, that's fabulous. Would you
congratulations.
mind, yes, would you mind putting that information in the chat? The
Um,
title and your name and yeah.
Sure.
Okay,
Thank you.
awesome. Thank you. And any of you, if you've got a book, a movie, something that you'd like to share, please put that in the chat.
Oh,
Okay,
I
Sharon.
have a release day too. Today
Great.
I released a novella called Law of the Jungle. It's a kind of a psychological thriller.
Fantastic.
Awesome.
By a small
Christina,
press.
that's great.
I have-
Wonderful.
I have a movie that just got shot.
Sharon,
Yeah.
that's terrific. And what's it called?
It's called The Man in the White Van, and it's produced by Legion M in LA. And and they're already asking for sequel suggestions, and so we're doing that. But they just wrapped about 2 weeks ago, and it should be out in theaters or streaming or both in spring of next year.
Oh, fabulous.
Yeah.
Wonderful. And
Family.
please share that in the chat too, Sharon.
Thanks.
And-
Okay.
Yeah,
I have
and
a
Debbie.
holiday romance novel that just came out yesterday
Oh my gosh.
called
What an
The
awesome.
Everlasting.
Congratulations.
Thank you. It's called The Everlasting Gift. It's doing well so far, so we're very excited about that. It's published by Kyle Publishing, their Trist imprint. It's my first holiday romance novel, and the novel led me to this great workshop, so I'm very excited for that. So
Oh,
hopefully you get a
wonderful.
chance to check it out.
Congratulations. And so glad you're here. Awesome. And Debbie, we'll just
Yes.
take up. Yeah.
It's
Go
been
ahead.
it's been a few months, but I sold a Christmas romantic comedy. It's in development. If you're on IMDb Pro, it's called A Christmas Letter. And so that's it.
Awesome. Wonderful, Debbie. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And Angela, we'll,
Well, I just got my second book. It's called A Boomer Chick's Guide to Online Dating. You're never
Sweet.
too old to look and love. And I'm doing a book launch on December 10th. So if you know anybody that wants to get into online dating, please guide them to my book on Amazon on December 10th.
fabulous.
Thank
Fabulous.
you.
Thank you. And we'll take one more. It looks like Colleen. Would you like to share? Oops, you're muted.
Sorry. You'd
It's
think
okay.
as a teacher, I'd know how to do this, doing Zoom for the past year and a half. I was the one that has Winter Wonders out. It was
Oh, okay.
released today.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you.
I'll remove the hand, sorry.
Okay, no problem. Well, thank you all. And please, if we would love to hear from everybody if we could, but please do go ahead and put any information in the chat and we will celebrate right along with you. So, but we do want to go ahead and get started because we've got another full 2 hours tonight. First of all, we want to say a huge, huge thank you to James and Joni for everything that they shared, not just during the class last night, but for like an hour and a half, for 2 hours afterwards, as James called it, Story Summit After Dark, the after party, where I know a lot of you got a chance to talk about your ideas and get some wonderful, wonderful encouragement and guidance from the best of the best. So thank you so much for that. They're going to be doing that again tonight. So if you have the time and can stay on past the 2 hours, that will be an extra festive party tonight. So thank you both for that. Tonight, I also want to give a special shout out and welcome to the co-director of Story Summit Writers School. Yay, Amy Ferris. Amy came on later in the evening yesterday because there was some repair work going on for her internet yesterday, but she's with us tonight. And Amy, please say hello. And you always have the most wonderful, heartfelt welcome messages.
I'm going to say hello, hello, hello. And I think that this is pretty extraordinary. Holiday Extravaganza. And that is exactly what it feels. And yes, Alexandra, I love that. And I get to have the pleasure to introduce Anne Carlucci. But first I want to say this about Story Summit Writers School. We are filled with joy and love and compassion. And there is nothing more extraordinary than a writer putting down their story on a page and getting it out of their body, whether it's a holiday movie or a memoir or anything, that writing is the best part of our lives. It is to share and write and give other people hope. And that's what Holiday Extravaganza is. We give hope and love, right? And so tonight I get to introduce a really good friend, Ann Carlucci, who I have loved forever, who has made a ton of movies for Hallmark. But the thing about Ann that you should all know is that she's filled with magic and grit. And that is an incredible combination. Magic and grit. She's truth and joy and beauty and goddess and warrior. She tells it like it is. She is not afraid to share the truth. And I've had the pleasure of being her friend. I've had the pleasure of her sharing stories with me. And now she's sharing it with Story Summit. And I just thank you for being here, Ann. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Amy. Thank you, Ann. And Ann tonight is going to be sharing what it's like to be on the producing end of a holiday movie. So, Ann, would you like to just,
Yeah,
take it away.
I just unmuted myself.
There we go.
So good evening. I am thrilled to be here. I was here last year. I had a great time. And Merry Christmas, because that's what it's all about. Christmas movies, holiday movies. So let me start at the beginning with what I look for when I'm looking for a script. Well, I'm always looking for a script. So what I need is a good story, goes without saying, something different, something that shows the growth of the characters, your main characters, from the beginning of the script to the end of the script, where there is a change that takes place. A fun meet cute, which isn't always there, but you know, in the development process, you dig it out. And emotion and depth of character are essential. The story, everything in a script hinges on that, I would say. And so I feel it right away. When I read a script, it's not going to be perfect. It's, you know, rarely perfect, but you can feel it. You know, there's something there that excites you and interests you. And you say, okay, this is worth my time. I'm going to get involved in this and I'm going to see if we can turn this into a film. So once we turn it into the script, the network options it. And the long, arduous journey of development for you begins. And it is arduous, by the way. You'll be asked to write a full 9-act treatment, which is first submitted to me. And when I'm happy with it, that's when it goes to the network. You'll then get notes from the network. And depending on how extensive the notes, you will either be greenlit to first draft, or you will have to incorporate their notes and then resubmit. And we do that until you get a green light to first draft. This is something you should probably write down. This is how many pages exist from act to act. I don't know if you have this breakdown yet. Joni and James probably may have given it to you. I don't know, but Act 1 needs to be between 23 and 25 pages. And thereafter, the remaining acts should run between 8 and 10 pages. It's a 9-act structure, as you know, I'm sure. And the goal is to get between 105 and 110 pages in your script. I personally prefer 110 because these movies aren't, filled with action. It's dialogue, it's character and dialogue and story. Action is what it takes up time on screen. So you won't have that. So you want to be able to take all the air out of the movie in the editing room, which is why I like 110 pages. And by the way, the network is really now, I think, going to require kind of that minimum or maximum, I should say. Midpoint at Act 4 is when the story needs to shift and pick up momentum towards the conclusion, which are Acts 8 and 9. When the network is happy, they will then order that script to film. As your executive producer, your vision becomes my vision, and all my creative decision-making is based on what best serves our film. I choose the director of photography, the production designer, costumer, composer, editor, hair and makeup keys. We have 3 weeks of prep before we start to film this movie. And during that time, we scout locations, cast our film, choose the wardrobe and the color palette for the movie. The movies, if they're done properly, have a color palette. And those discussions include all of the people involved with camera and hair and makeup and wardrobe, because the last thing you want is to have your actress on the day wearing a polka dot dress and standing in front of a striped wall. It is really not a pretty picture. So last week of prep, we have a tediously long production meeting with all of these people attending, and we go through the script page by page. If anyone has a problem, that's when they speak up and we work it out. The following day, everybody gets in a bus, not anymore, by the way, because of COVID. All COVID protocols are firmly in place. And it's really not anything you need to know about. It's just all precautions are taken, and there are no group anything anymore. I mean, it's unbelievable. I posted my entire movie online, and the programs, the post-production programs, are so incredible now that I actually felt I was in the editing room with my editor. And I did my mix also remotely, and I was in perfect sync. I mean, it's really, really amazing. I would normally, a post is 8 to 12 weeks, depending on how much money you have. I would be up there for that whole time doing all of that stuff there. Now I can do it from home, and with COVID, that it makes a big difference. Anyway, this walkthrough, is to discuss where trucks will park, where the lighting's going to be, where the extras are going to be held, everything, catering, it's a huge day, and it deals with all issues of production. And then we're ready to go to camera and principal photography. These movies are shot in 15 days. So that's 3 5-day weeks. And every film has its own problems. It's my job to make sure everything looks and sounds the way I want it to. I'm the problem solver. I'm the final word on set. If I don't like the way the scene is shot, if I don't like the performance, we do it again, and we do it until we get it right, and then we move on. Once we're finished with the movie, we move into the editing and post-production until the film has been fully crafted and is ready for broadcast. So that's basically it. I really am shortcutting that because I really want to talk to you about what you can expect if your script is optioned. Because you really have to be prepared for it. I think James and Joni will totally agree with me on this. You need a lot of patience. Very quickly, as quickly as I'm capable of giving it to you. I just had a movie air, a Christmas movie air on November 5th called Gingerbread Miracle. And I sold Gingerbread Miracle 2 years ago. A writer from Pennsylvania who wrote 5 of my Lifetime movies, spec scripts. He's a spec writer. And the network bought it. It was cute. But in the middle of all of this, just as I'm about to get a green light, the
Sorry, Anne, you're muted.
Anne, you're muted.
How did that happen?
You're back.
And what was I saying?
Just about to get the green light.
We don't want to repeat it, Anne.
We don't want to repeat it. Okay. So did you hear me talk about the guy whose script I just got made?
Yes, and so you were just at that point. This is a guy who the network thought it was cute. They gave it the green light.
No, they didn't. Well, they optioned the script, and that was 2 years ago, and he rewrote it 4 times. And he's not a Hallmark writer. He's a thriller writer, basically. He's a Lifetime writer, and he's such a good guy, and he tried so hard, but he's not a Hallmark writer, and he couldn't understand because he believed he was giving them everything that they were asking for in their pages and pages of notes. All right, and finally, I had to call my executive and say, I think we need to bring in another writer. I think John is burned out, and she agreed. And so I brought in another writer. He was upset, I mean, it's not always a pretty picture. The network has their writers, their favorite writers, and in their minds, they would like to see every script come in written by their favorite writers. But that's not the way life works, and you're doing so many movies, and you've got all of these other venues that have opened up to Christmas, that it has really given an opportunity to the other writers who were trying to get their movies made to get a project optioned. So, 2 years, 4 rewrites from him. I bring in one of my favorite writers, and she does 4 more rewrites. I kid you not. And I'm ready to just say, you know what, I don't need to make this movie. And the people at the top change, and there's a new head of Lifetime brought in. And I get a phone call just as I'm about to get a green light, I swear to God. And my executive says to me, can you make this Hispanic? Okay. So I said, sure, because I say yes to everything and then figure out how to do it. And my writer, but they weren't going to pay for that, So it was either make it Hispanic or it's not going to get made because the rules now have changed. So, the word diversity has entered our vocabulary big time, which is a fabulous thing. And I've always had as much diversity in my movies as I could, but now it's really, 50% of their movies are people of color. They're cast with people of color. And What is going on?
Ooh,
Oh, am I there?
what happened?
Someone's sharing their screen.
We
Other than-
still hear you though.
Karen
Oh.
McKenna.
Oh, okay. Am I back?
Yeah,
Yeah,
you're
you
back.
are. Sorry about that,
Okay,
Ann.
okay.
Go ahead.
The network wouldn't pay. They wouldn't pay her that next pass because she'd done she'd done everything. And they're looking for the producers to pay for it now. And so I said, look, they're not going to pay you, but I'll pay you. And she's also a good friend. She said, I don't want to take your money. I said, no, no, no. I never let a writer work for free. I mean, really. So I said, if it goes, I'll give you X amount of dollars and done deal. Okay, so we do the deal. She writes it. It gets greenlit. And that was 8 drafts. Okay, now I will, granted, that is the extreme, but 5 drafts is not the extreme. So that's what you're dealing with, you know, these networks. None of these people have made movies. They're network executives. They're not producers. And it's like, we'll know it when we see it time. And I want you to know something. Writers really get beaten up in this business, but the truth is that you must hold on to who you are as the writer. That is your truth, because without you, there are no books, there are no plays, there are no movies, there are no network producers. Well, I call them network producers because that's what they do practically. No network executives, and there are no producers. Without your words, we have nothing. And that's your truth. And that's what you have to hold on to when they come at you with revision number 4. You know, it's really hard. But some of you have already done it. You know, I don't know if you've been put into the network process yet, but you know, it's a ride and you need to be prepared for it, because the way you succeed is by delivering their mandate, not by fighting them on everything. That's a mistake. You know, this is TV movies here. This is not cancer, curing cancer. We're not, you know, doing brain surgery. This TV movies, and you have to choose the hill you die on, basically. Okay, so that's what I have to say about producing. Do you know how much money you're going to make when you sell a script? Anybody? Do you want to know?
They do want to know.
Yeah,
We've had
they
some
do wanna know.
questions about that. Yep.
Okay, I would think.
Share everything, Ann. Share it all.
Okay, so here's what you get. Nobody gets option money. It doesn't exist unless you have a book, or you know, and you make a lot of option money if you're David Balducci, who did the book, the Christmas Train. You know, he gets a lot of money, but most of us aren't him. And so depending on who you are and what kind of following you bring, you'll get between $20,000 and $40,000 option money on a book. For your script, you get nothing. If you get anything, $500 tops for a year, and then another $500 to renew for a second year, because producers always lock up a script for 2 years, because hello, sometimes you need 4 years to get a movie made. So it's a crazy business. But then when it gets made, you get 53,000 in change. And that's the purchase price of your script. And then you get a residual buyout. So at the end of the day, your script fees, which are your and your residuals, will bring you $100,000 per movie, per script. And that doesn't count the writing steps. If they don't throw you off it from the get-go, if they don't say, well, we like this story, but we don't want the writer, we want to bring in our own writer. I always demand a writing step from my writer, because it goes towards insurance and health, pension, and welfare if you're a member of the guild. I mean, it's important and it's respectful. And if you like it enough to buy the script, to option the script, then you got to give the writer an opportunity at the first pass. So I always get that from my writers. And so that's extra money. So, it's a nice piece of change. But you work for it. I'm telling you, you work for it. So that's what I have to say about all of this. And I suspect you might have some questions for me.
They do. Yep. Lots of great questions.
Lots of questions. Yeah.
Yeah. Several of them kind of fall into the category of, let's say you've got the script, you've got a spec script, and then what's the next step as far as maybe getting an agent, pitching it? How do you,
Agents, you'll get an agent when you don't need an agent. I'm being very honest with you. Really ask a lot of people who have agents, and they will say, well, I got this job myself. I got this gig myself. I got this gig myself. So I know Joni has prepared a list of resources for you.
Yes.
Like Inktip, I think is the name of it. Where you send your script to them, and if they like it, then they contact you, and that starts the process. And if they like it, they send it out. Like I get emails from Inktip all the time. What are you looking for? Let us send you a writer that we're interested in. So, that sort of thing is available to everybody. It's not wasting your time. Wasting your time is trying to get an agent at this point in your career. It's hard. It's very hard. Agents will come after you after you're produced.
Okay, great. Thank you. There is a question here from Lisa about the timeline for doing revisions. Lisa, would you like to come on and ask that question?
I was just curious, you mentioned so many rewrites are possible. Like, what kind of timeline are you looking at when you're asked to do a rewrite? How long and how quick do you have to have it turned over?
On your own script?
Right. If I submit one and they want me to revise it.
Okay, so let's just talk about Christmas, okay? Because this is the holiday we're dealing with right now. You have a very definitive date for airing a Christmas movie. How do I put this? You have to back up. If you don't deliver the script that they want to order in time for it to be shot, edited, and all of that, then you'll go to the next year then you'll be pushed into next Christmas. So, you know, writers who are very experienced can knock out a rewrite in a week and a half tops. And they're brought in an emergency, you know, when they really want it for that year. But, you know, everyone will say they want the rewrite as fast as you can deliver it to them. But it really depends on between the time you sell it and Christmas, you know, the 25th.
Thanks.
Okay, great. There are, if we can kind of backtrack back to the submitting spec scripts, treatments, et cetera. Holly, would you like to come on? You've got several questions around that.
Sure. So in lieu of an agent, how do we get eyes on our work? What form do you want to see it in? And how do we get it to the people who can make decisions?
Well, I always want to see a finished script because I want to see if the person who's sending it to me can write. And that's how I evaluate, you know, if you can get it to a producer, that's a good way to go. But not everybody knows a producer, you know. Right. As I mentioned earlier, Inktip is one of those resources. You know, I have friends will say, take a look at this writer, they're looking for an agent. And if I have the time to do it, I will read enough to know whether or not that person can write. And then you have very few agents who are taking on writers, quite honestly. You know, they really want to see, Inktip is the correct name. Inktip, sorry, Inktip, INKTIP. They really want to see, I forgot what I was saying.
So Anne, if you don't have an in, if you don't know somebody, going through a liaison or a company like Inktip is the way to go.
Yes. Yes.
Great, thank you.
It's your only way to go, really. You know, here's what I also recommend. Okay. If you have a finished script, and only if you have a finished script, not if you have a paragraph or a treatment or a couple of pages. If you have a finished script that you're happy with and you think if the right person saw this, they'd buy it, you should go on to IMDb and check out who the producers are who are making Christmas movies, what the names of the production companies are, and try and reach the head of development. And that's doable because all you have to say is, I'm a writer who has a script for Hallmark that you might be interested in. And they'll read it. They'll read enough of it to know whether or not they're interested in it, you know. But you have to do the footwork. You have to, you know, it's not like you just, somebody hands you a number and you pick up the phone and you make a call. You have to go into IMDb. You have to, you know, or look at all of the Hallmark movie credits. That's another way. Go, you know, just go to all the Hallmark movie credits. You can find those credits and the company credits on their website. Look at all the Christmas movies and see who all is doing them, what companies are doing them, and go at it from that angle.
And can I ask a follow-up?
That's awesome. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. When you mentioned sending them the script, do you suggest sending that entire script or just a query letter?
You know, I get query letters all the time. And you know, if you're going to send a query letter, you then need to send a paragraph. You need to catch my attention is what you need to do. So you need to send me, I've got, you send the pitch page, you know, send the pitch paragraph. Don't overwrite it. But if they say, yeah, I'm interested in that, they don't know Bryce Breen. Do you know what I'm saying? They don't know you. Yeah. They want to know if you can write. They're not, you know, the most patient of people. And they don't want to invest a lot of time. I'm being so honest with you, okay? So it's a script. You need to back it up with a script. You don't have to send the script right away. But if you send a pitch and they say, well, I'd be interested in seeing that script, yeah. They can't wait a month and a half while you write it, or 2 months or a year or whatever.
But if you have the script, you're actually saying you prefer the full script, which is actually refreshing to hear. So it sounds like that's not a knockout. Just send it, right?
Well, you don't. Okay. So let's say you pick up the phone and you call XYZ production company and you speak to the head of development.
Right.
Okay. And you introduce yourself and you say, I have a script. And this is what it's about. And you give them the pitch on the phone. Mm-hmm. I'd love to send it to you. Is this something you'd be interested in? And if they say, yes, we're interested, then you send the script. But one way or the other, you have to pitch the idea. Mm-hmm. Don't just willy-nilly send your script out there, and make sure it's protected. Mm-hmm. You know?
Is that copyright or WGA or both?
WGA, yeah, with the guild. Just you don't need to be a member. And by the way, speaking of members,
you don't.
No, you don't. You just register it. Yeah. You want to get in the guild. If you sell a script, you can do one movie, sell one script without having to join the guild. But you want to join the guild. You want that insurance. You want that protection. And by the way, you want that $53,000, because if you're not a guild writer, they're going to offer you 25. Mm-hmm. So, you know, it's a tough world out there.
Yeah, I want to ask you something.
Sure.
So while you're talking about getting spec scripts and all of that, have you ever had an experience where a script came on your desk that you did not know who it was, and you read it and you thought, oh my God, this is incredible?
Oh, yeah.
Can you share that with us?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't get it.
That's what we need to hear tonight.
Yeah, but it came to me through an agent, but I never heard of this writer.
That's okay. Let's hear the story.
Yeah, she sent me a script called A Very Sappy Christmas. I even remember the name of it. I didn't sell it, by the way, okay, unfortunately. But I fell in love with this script. It so moved me. It embodied the spirit of Christmas, you know, and it made me weep at the end. And I loved everything about this script. And I could not get Hallmark to read it. It went onto the grid, what they call the grid, which is mean the executive has read it, and it moves onto the grid for that person that we were talking about earlier, then decides when he or she is going to read it, And does it get made? You know, and it languished there with this person forever. And I finally called the writer, and I said, look, I can't get this made because I can't get their attention. And, you know, I've shot over 61 movies. I mean, if I can't get their attention, you know, so I release you from any obligation to me, you know, and she wound up, you know, things changed. Christmas became, because this was a while ago, Christmas became a big business. Christmas movies, holiday movies became a big business. And everybody entered the arena. Netflix and CBS did 2 movies, Christmas movies this year, and Lifetime is doing, Paramount, everybody's doing Christmas movies. So there's need for more product. And somebody she contacted, who I never heard of, but it doesn't make any difference. They actually optioned her script and are making it. You know, there are these companies. Oh, hello, let me give you an idea here. There are these companies that are, they do a movie for $1. That's just an expression, but you get the drift, okay? Like Reel One. I'm sure you've seen, if you watch Hallmark movies, you've seen Reel One up there. So you call Reel One, you call their development executive, whoever that person is, and you tell them you have a Christmas script and that you think it would make a great Hallmark movie, and you make your pitch, or you send them a letter, because Reel One doesn't pre-sell to Hallmark. They do acquisitions. My movies are licenses. I own them, and I do a licensing fee with the network, and they give me $1.5 million to make the movie. And if I spend over $1.5 million, it comes out of my pocket. So we always spend over $1.5 million. We spend $2 million on a movie, okay? And we get that money back through tax credits, et cetera, et cetera. That's the business of the business. But people who do acquisitions like Reel One, they finance their own movies and then sell them to Hallmark and Lifetime. They're already made, and they do them for, they probably knock them out for, like Eon does them, and Larry Levinson does them, Reel One, and who else?
Muse, Motion Picture Corporation of America, Brad Cravoy.
Well, Muse is not Brad Cravoy.
No, MPCA and Muse both do them.
Yeah, Muse does them. But Muse, I don't know. First of all, Muse is in Montreal.
Oh, but there's an LA office as well. Like Joel.
There is an L. Yeah, I know
makes
Joel.
a bunch of them, and they do like their Aurora Tea Garden stuff.
Yeah, I know Joel very, very well. Who am I talking to?
Oh, this is James.
You're talking to James.
Oh, James. Hi.
Yeah. So like
yeah.
Brad at MPCA. Like
Brad is basically doing GAC right now.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's a whole other thing.
Yeah.
I'm not comfortable talking about GAC. So, but all the other people that I mentioned are all available. I mean, Joel, by the way, Joel is a writer groupie, honey. He wants, you know, if you're a well-known producer and you bring him a script by an unknown, he'll take it if he likes it. But he's not out there looking to find, you know, someone who's never been produced before, someone who picks up the phone and calls him. First of all, he's not going to answer the phone. He's very, very particular. You know, you're a producer, so you went in there with something that he liked, right?
Oh, well, we had a co-pro with them in Sudbury, right? So like we basically, we brought them the project and then like, they signed on to it, and it was like a co-pro between the two of us. But you're right, Joel is more upper echelon because the
Joel is, Joel is like, you know, Joel is
But sorry, I don't want to interrupt, but like Juliana Hayes at Mar Vista is fantastic, right? She'll read anybody.
Mar Vista does pre-buys.
Yeah.
Yep.
So yeah, they're pretty great too.
And to the former, well, the person who's running a lot of the movies over there with the department, Larry Grimaldi, used to run my company.
Oh, nice.
And Robin, before, when Robin left, Larry took over, but Robin used to run my company first. So I feel I have a vested interest in their success, but they don't send me any checks, so not fair.
Well, and James actually has a question for you as well.
Oh, yeah. And are they still locked into the calendar year? I always thought it would be great if you could like greenlight a script, shoot it in December, and then like release it December the next year. Are they still doing only the calendar year?
They seem to be. It is the oddest thing. I shot during the heat dome in Vancouver. Yeah. It was 95 friggin' degrees there. And I trucked in 60 tons of snow, of ice chips. That's how we, as you know, James, I'm not telling you that, I'm telling the group, of snow. It's really, now maybe with Lisa Hamilton Daly, who is the new head of the movie department over at Hallmark, who originally she started in features, then she went to Lifetime. I did John Bonet with her when she was at Lifetime, and then she left Lifetime and went to where'd she go? Netflix next?
Yeah, it was Netflix, and then she went to like
someplace
Real One or something, and then
she wouldn't go to Real One.
Oh, but it's like it was a small boutique production company, and then she bounced to
yeah, it was a big job for her. Yeah, it's a big job for her. Anyway, so I suspect that you know, things are going to be changing over there in terms of how they function. One can only hope. And because she's really a seasoned network executive, you know, and I mean, I'm sure she walked in and said, hello, and when are the status meetings? Oh, we don't have status meetings. I mean, seriously, okay. The right hand does not know what the left hand is doing, which is why you guys get so many notes. That has a lot to do with it. And
well, we've got I'm just going to jump in if you don't mind, because we just have a few more minutes, and I want to have a couple of other people ask some questions, because I know there are a lot of novelists in the group. And Emily asked a question a minute ago. Emily, would you like to come on?
Sure. Thank you. This has been just inspiring and so informative. My question is about if you are somehow managed to get published through like Hallmark Publishing, for example, is there a higher chance of you getting that converted into a movie, or
yes,
it doesn't? Okay, thank you.
That's the short answer, as long as it fits into the Hallmark mandate, you know? So, I mean, you know, Hallmark now is different than it was last year in terms of what they're looking for. They have put almost 2 feet into the 21st century. All right. We have people of color. We have the LGBTQ community represented now. What else do we have? We have drama. We have drama. I did a movie, this movie that I did, that I turned into Hispanics family. You know, you just don't just change the last name to Gonzalez. You have to enter the world. As you know, as writers, you have to get into that Latino world. And it was great. I loved it. You have no idea how much I love that change, that we're able to actually deal with life in out of the Hallmark bubble. You know, you still have the love triangles, and you know, and Christmas still has to be a star. The spirit of Christmas must still be the star, but you're able to tell a story now, other than boy meets girl, next guy comes in, you know, who's she gonna go with, a little quick banter, lots of Christmas decorations, and over. You know, now we have my movie dealt with immigration, you know, in a Hallmark way, but nevertheless a taboo issue a year ago. Could never go near it a year ago. I did a Posada where I mentioned Jesus, the baby Jesus, you know, where they said prayers, and there was a manger with the Christ child and Mary and Joseph. Not in a million years last year, never. So, you know, that's good news for you. It's good news for you because you can write more of what you know. You can incorporate into, you know, a rich, a deeper story than, you know, just bopping along. So.
Okay, I'm going to ask you one more question. What inspired you to get involved with Hallmark movies?
Well, that's a real easy answer. I was really tired of maiming and murdering women on Lifetime.
Good.
And seriously, I mean, people would say to me, "Oh, what do you do for a living?" And I say, "Oh, I stalk and maim and murder women. That's what I do," you know? And one of the things that I loved about doing Hallmark movies is that I got to create magical things. I got to enter the Hallmark bubble. I actually enjoyed it for a while, you know, and then eventually that wore thin, and I wanted, you know, more reality, not the chasing and the stalking and the maiming, but I wanted, you know, more of a realistic story than what they were willing to do. But I love doing those magical scenes with twinkly lights when number 1 and number 2 come together and the snow is falling and, you know, pretty. I love doing pretty movies. So that's
great answer.
That is a great
question. Yeah.
Doing pretty movies.
Yeah, pretty has to be there, by the way, guys. Pretty is.
And that's a great answer. That is a good answer.
Right. And no plaid. Is that
And
the
no
still
plaid.
the rule? And no plaid.
No
Yes.
plaid. They
No
haven't
plaid.
changed their wardrobe thing yet, though. I thought they might, but no, they didn't. I was one of the new girls.
Chime in.
One of the new girls that was allowed to give notes during wardrobe, choosing wardrobe, kept sending me emails and texts. Don't we have any dusters? Don't we have any dusters? Dusters. Do you know what dusters are? I mean, really? And what made that odd was my executive said, "We want a hipper wardrobe now." And I've got this one behind her saying, Where are the dusters? Find me the dusters. You know, I just listen to my main person and like that.
Yeah. Okay. Well, one more. Yeah. Love the dusters. There's a question from Israel, and that may be a great one to kind of wrap up the Q&A for now. Israel, you had a question about 3 movie recommendations.
Oh, well, thank you so much. Yeah, I was curious if you could name 3 movies that didn't fit the Hallmark model that got made recently that we should watch, and maybe inspire ourselves to think outside the bubble.
Well, 2 of them are mine, actually, because I am really, truly much more about drama than all the other stuff. Despite the title Gingerbread Miracle, it does deal with an immigrant's dream of coming to America to change their child's life, and the burden that puts on that child when it grows up, and everything has been sacrificed for him, when really what he wants is the family bakery. You know what I'm saying? So that is one. That is not a typical Lifetime one. And the other one is called a Picture of Perfect Christmas. With the same star, Merritt Patterson, is in it. And that's about a little boy who's looking for a family. And it sounds very Hallmark, but it's not, because it's much more dramatic than what they were doing. And you can just go through the whole thing at the whole website, and you can see the movies where they're featuring in first and second roles, 1 and 2, gay people, the LGBTQ community, and people of color. I mean, all of that stuff is new to them. That's all new. That's not typical. But these 2 movies, the Picture of Perfect Christmas was made before they changed anything over. And the latest movie, Gingerbread Miracle, was made this year. It was one of the first in that mandate of, make it Hispanic kind of thing.
Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, you're
Great.
welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Israel. Well, Anne, thank you. Oh my gosh.
Well,
Incredible
I just hope I haven't depressed everybody, okay? It's important to know what's coming your way so you can be prepared for it. You don't want to be surprised, be realistic about expectations and all of that. And your writers, remember, it doesn't happen without you. Nothing. Books, remember, no books, no movies, nothing. So good luck.
Thank you, Anne.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thanks, Anne.
Thank you so much, Anne.
Thank you.
So happy and grateful for all of the wisdom and expertise. Yeah. And please hang around if you can for this next hour. Yeah, great.
Sure.
And jump in at any point as well. So, because really we've got the dream team here with you and Joni and James. And we just want to mention a couple of things before we hand it over to Joni and James to talk about your pitches. And one is that Joni put together a resource list that Rodrigo sent out to all of you just a little while before the class today. And we just want to give Joni a round of applause and thank you for this. It addresses so many of the questions that you've had. It has a link to sample scripts. It also has a link at the very end to her own website, which is just brand new, just going live. Yep. And on that, no, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, you're the first to see it because tomorrow is the 15-year anniversary of the premiere of the Christmas card on the Hallmark Channel, which is actually, the script was written in 1999, 2 years before the Hallmark Channel started. So and because there's so much still love for the movie, there's all sorts of events online to celebrate the 15-year anniversary. So I created a website that has some information about the project. And I also have one of my holiday scripts available for download, one that I seriously love. It's called Somewhere in Christmas Time, because it sort of has a somewhere in time vibe. And it is about, I do have it a small fee of $2, but all proceeds are going to UNICEF. And I picked UNICEF because Halloween actually is my favorite holiday. Don't tell anybody in Christmas. And I used to trick or treat for UNICEF. So this is sort of my, ode to Halloween as well as to Christmas. So it is $2, but it is going straight to UNICEF. And it's a wonderful script. And if you want to see a Christmas script that is not in 9 acts, that's a good one. It's a fun romance. So, but you guys are the first to see it because I'm not showing anybody the website until tomorrow. So
we are so grateful.
We get the preview. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
And
for
really,
that's the first look.
Yay.
That's for sure. And it's so festive. It's such a pretty website.
Inktip and Virtual Pitch Fest are the first 2 listed. And Inktip, they do have some small prices. You can subscribe to a newsletter, and every week they send you links to producers who are looking for scripts. And pretty much every week, a producer is looking for a Christmas script. So you can sign up for one of the newsletters that doesn't cost anything. And every week they give you at least 2 leads. But if you sign up, I think it's $60 for 6 months. Every week they send you at least a dozen production companies and agents and managers who are looking for content. Virtual Pitch Fest, I actually sold my script Angel Duty that became Christmas Magic for Hallmark through Virtual Pitch Fest. It costs $5 a pitch, but you are guaranteed a response. And a number of studios are listed on there, like Universal and Paramount. So somebody will read your pitch and respond whether or not they want to read it or not. But again, that one, like Inktip does have a small fee. But those are places, if you're not repped, that can definitely help you out.
Awesome. And this list that you sent out, it also includes a link to public domain Christmas songs, which is so cool. It also has the link to the article that you mentioned last night that has all of this year's new 146 holiday movies. You've got a link to an article on how to adopt a novel into a screenplay. So honestly, if you haven't opened that email from Rodrigo yet, with that attachment from Joni, it's priceless. There's so much great information. And Joni, since you talked about Inktip, last year, when you did this class, you heard an idea, a pitch from one of the students, and he has made some good progress with that, thanks to you, thanks to his incredible talent and a really great idea. So would you like to tell us a little bit about that and help us celebrate what he's done?
Okay, he's here somewhere. It's
Yes.
Frank Meyer, who's here. Yep, Frank, yay!
Yep,
We
I'm
definitely
here.
want to do a yay!
Oh,
Big
Frank,
congratulations to you, because Frank was in our class last year, and in this past year, he wrote a Christmas script with his mom, and he got it out there in the Hollywood pipeline, and it is like moving forward. And he did that in a year from last year's this event to now, and that is just insanely amazing. And he's got a lot of other great projects in the pipeline, which is really amazing, or in the works that you're working on. So whatever you want to share with us, Frank. But we love you and big time congrats.
Thank you. Thank you very much. This group is so encouraging, and I see a couple of other friends that I've been in small groups with through this past year. It's just a fantastic group to be with. But Johnny, it actually came out of one of your story prompts. And if you remember, my mom was talking about her grandmother's cookbook. Remember that? And we talked about that for a little bit. Anyway, you gave us one of those exercises. So I came up with the idea of a ginger snap Christmas. And we worked on it. Long story short, I posted on Inktip, like Ann was talking about. It works. And a producer contacted me from Inktip. She likes it. She pitched it to Lifetime, and they've agreed to buy it. And again, it's like Ann was talking before. This is a deal where the producer, his name is Julia, it's going to be a low budget movie, but she will make it, we will make it. And then Lifetime has agreed to license it. We had financing lined up. That fell by the wayside but now we have it in front of another person, and they said they're seriously considering it. So as soon as we get a yes on the financing, she's already done some preliminary work, and she says, I've already got the shots I want to make. Matter of fact, we talked today, and she says, I think since the Christmas decorations are up, we're going to go out and take some shots. And as soon as we can find some money, we're ready to go.
You can't do that. You can't do that. You cannot take a camera out on the street and shoot film and put it in your movie.
I think what she's doing, if I understood, is she's just going to drive around with a camera, like camera, just take some pictures of what she has in mind.
Oh,
I don't think she's going to shoot
like a vision board kind of thing.
Right.
Yeah, vision board. Okay, that's
vision
different.
board.
Yeah.
But she's already lined up who she wants to be in it, and the vision board kind of thing.
Good.
But,
so cool.
Yeah, Lifetime has said they're going to buy it once she's already done 3 other films for Lifetime. So I feel like she has a good.
Is she an independent?
Yes. Yeah. So I'm open to good ideas after that. Sure. But thank you very much. This has been a great group, and man, all this information we're getting is just fantastic. So.
All right.
Congratulations.
Frank, we have to Zoom and do some cocktails.
Okay. Eggnog.
Yes, ginger snap cocktails. That could be a whole other cookbook. Yeah.
Ginger Snap Christmas is the movie.
Congratulations, Frank.
So great.
Thank you for
congratulations, Frank.
giving me the
We
attention.
love you, Frank.
Yeah. Yep. That's for sure. Couldn't happen to a greater guy. And let's give Frank and Joni and all of you a round of applause. I mean, really, that's such a huge celebration. And knowing,
he's got perseverance, and that's just so awesome, Frank. I mean, you've just been at it every day this past year, and it's paying off, and that's so awesome.
Well, so that's what is possible. I mean, really, you are such an inspiration, and it's also just like the perfect lead in to Joni and James, what you're going to be talking about, because it all starts with that pitch, right? I mean, that's where Frank was a year ago, coming up with that idea and then doing a pitch, getting clear about it. So it just shows what a year can do. So Joni and James, I know you've got a really fun hour planned, asking students to share their pitches. So we'll turn it over to you.
All right, James, you want to go for it? I mean, because you had your great idea for the pitch page.
Plus Story Summit.
Yeah.
After dark.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. Don't forget.
I have to confess, I have a cocktail for tonight.
Lovely.
After dark.
But I just wanna shout out to Frank, as like Frank and I talked about Ginger Snap. Was it back in March? Is that right, Frank? We had like a great conversation, and then like Harvey Kahn was involved. So just like rock on, man. I love how you pushed forward with it. I loved how you like involved your mom in the process. I think that was amazing. And it just shows you that if it comes from an ingenuous place, if it comes from the heart, if it comes from a personal story, well, then that's going to sell the thing, right? And as we were talking about yesterday, right? Write the small town, I forget who it was, but a woman who lived, in Nova Scotia is writing Nova Scotia. So let's make it in Maine, right? So let's make it somewhere close. So like that authenticity, that's what's going to sell the story. And that's what I love about Frank, right? Is that like Frank weaved his whole family, right? His relationship with his mom. He was a co-writer on the thing, right? I think like that's where these stories live and breathe, because honestly, Hallmark can kind of tell when it's inauthentic. Like they can tell when you're just phoning it in, because they like those deep emotions, right? So as we talked about yesterday, and as I want to co-sign everything that Anne said, Anne is like the original gangster of the Hallmark Lifetime movies, right? I think she's amazing. And so, yeah, it's so great. And so just to sort of co-sign the part about the pitch page, right? Like when you get that bake off, when you get that thing once every quarter, they have no time to read a script. So you write that pitch page, which is your assignment overnight, and that gets them in. And I love how Anne is like, you don't overwrite it, you just simplify it, you state the story beats, and then you get out. So I would love to see and hear your pitch pages to see what you came up with to try to sell your story. So does Amy or Deb, do you want to be the ringmaster for this stuff? Because like there's a lot of hands.
We can actually, you know, be a team, go back and forth.
Yep.
Excellent.
A lot of raised hands.
We have a lot of raised hands. So Toby, you had your hand up really fast.
Okay, thank you.
Very welcome.
I'm calling this Keepsake Christmas after their keepsake ornaments. And my pitch is Christmas is broken and Jess Evans is going to fix it. First, her grandparents literally sold the family farm where she celebrated every Christmas and moved to a condo. Second, they sold it to her ex-high school sweetheart who dumped her before heading to college and probably won't even live there because he's a hotshot NFL wide receiver and already has a home somewhere else. Third, during the move, her grandmother lost the box of special ornaments, the ones they hung every Christmas Eve and represented all their family stories. All of her favorite memories have been lost, all her favorite Christmas traditions gone, but she's going to find that box, even if it means facing her ex and tearing apart his home. Liam Graham is broken. His shoulder is taking forever to heal. His knees could belong to an octogenarian, and he has no idea what to do now that his NFL career is most likely over. But this Christmas will be perfect. He brought his dream home, the farm next to his brother's, where he spent the best times of his life with Jess, the one woman who doesn't care about what he can do on a field. He messed up leaving her behind to pursue his dreams, but he'll prove to her that he's worth a second chance while getting her out of her Christmas funk.
Wow, you have the whole movie plotted out.
I'm like, I've never done this before, so I need feedback, people. I need real feedback.
Toby, I think it's great. I love all the beats, right? I love the description to the characters. The only thing I would say is get to the meet cute a bit sooner, right? As Anne was talking about, the meet cute is what sells the thing and what hooks your audience, what draws them in, right? So talk about her for a bit, talk about him for a bit, and then kind of weave those two together. All the story beats are there, absolutely. Just, you know, maybe cut it about a third of the length, I would say, and then get them like sketch out that meet cute, right? Where does it happen? How does it happen? Just give a little hint of that. But get into him a little bit sooner. And I think you've got all the pieces of the recipe. I think that's fantastic.
Yeah, great
Joni,
notes.
Joni, what do you think?
That's exactly. It was well written. You could follow along, but you know, he's right. Meet cute quicker and get into the meat a little bit quicker and shorten it a little bit.
Okay.
But other than that, nicely written, cool story. You're on your way. You got it. Right. You know, but that's a good outline for you to, you know, plot out, do the beats for your story. I mean, you got it there to work with, to work from.
Yeah.
And that's really helpful.
And it just as Anne said, right, that 9-act beat sheet is the next most important thing. We didn't talk about that yesterday, but I'm glad that Anne brought it up. Once you get that pitch, you write basically in prose, right, in non-script language, everything that happens in each act. So that beat sheet is really important to selling the story because it helps them imagine and visualize it. So after you've done the pitch page, that 9-act beat sheet, that 9-act treatment thing they call it, that's going to be perfect for you.
And how many pages is a treatment typically?
As short as possible.
Yeah, 10, not more than 10 pages if you can manage it. Usually
a page and act.
Okay.
Page and a half is, no, that's not a treatment.
No, a page and act per act.
A page and act.
Yeah, page per act.
Yeah, and what do you think, 10 pages?
Yeah, you know, no, 10 pages is fine, you know. treatments can be much more descriptive, but here's something you should avoid. Don't say what kind of wardrobe everybody's dressed into. The economy of words is necessary. Like the young woman who just gave the pitch, you had everything down there. You don't need all of that for that pitch. Just shorten it, and as James said, get to the cute meat faster. And what is it about? It's about two people, who are looking for whatever that is. I mean, that's how you craft these one paragraph things. And the 9-page treatment can be, I've had 20 pages, I don't like 20-page treatments, but 15 is okay. I would use 15 as very difficult to condense. It's not easy. This is the hardest piece of writing you will do, is the paragraph and the 9 and the 9-act structure. Because once you get your structure down, once you get those 9 acts down, not that it writes itself, but you know where you're going.
And if I can comment, a quote I've heard regarding being concise is, I would have written you a shorter letter if I had more time.
Yes, exactly. Exactly.
Nice. Who said that? That was great.
Yeah.
Bryce.
Yeah.
James, it's Bryce.
But yeah,
Thanks, Bryce. That's awesome.
The woman who did her pitch, you take what you've written and fine tune it. That's all it really needs, is fine tuning.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Anne.
Thank you.
Amanda, would you like to go next?
The pitching queen.
I would love to go next. Okay, I want to share my screen with you so you can see it.
Okay, cool.
Here it is, the pitch page for 12 Drummers Drumming.
Oh, yeah.
Single mom Kara loves everything about the holidays, especially her town's nightly December parade. So she's thrilled when her teenage son is chosen to play his drum in this year's show. And when the production's assistant breaks her leg just weeks before showtime, Kara is more than happy to step in and help out. She's good at the job and excited for the extra income. It'll help her put everything her son dreams of under the tree. As the parade's opening day approaches, nothing can dim Kara's spirits, except maybe for the bah humbug attitude of Mr. Kemp, the show's executive producer. He only pays for the yearly spectacular as a way to drive business to the shopping centers he owns along the parade route. Kemp wants the parade to run as cheaply as possible, even if it means cutting out the fake snow or slashing Santa's salary. Kemp's miserly ways get Kara's tinsel in a tangle, but she will not let her spirit be dimmed. She's determined to show him the value of the celebration, and not just in dollars and cents. Sparks fly like Santa's reindeer when the two butt heads, but it's the spark between them that keeps Kara and Kemp coming back for more. It'll take the whole cast of Christmas characters, a surprise snowfall, and the rare wisdom of a teenage drummer to get the two of them marching in step to the beat of 12 drummers drumming.
Wow.
Excellent.
Love that. Sorry, that's me as Mrs. Claus.
Joni, you should take this one. This is great.
Fabulous. You have one great page. You got visuals, you got the drummers, it's fun, it has a great flow, and you got some lines in there that are going to be classic, like tinsels in a tangle, sparks fly like reindeer. I loved it. If I was buying scripts, I'd probably say, hey, send me that script right away. I can't wait to read it.
Well, I only thought of it yesterday, so it's not actually ready to pitch in the real world because I can't send it yet, but give me a minute.
But that you came up with it that quickly, and you have all those fun little turns of phrases and so much fun in there, and a great villain. Who doesn't like a good, cool name too, Kemp? That's so awesome.
Yeah,
one
absolutely.
of the few things I have written is the production manager refers to him as Ebenezer Kemp. And Kara's like, is his name really Ebenezer? And they're like, no, it's Alexander, but you'll call him Mr. Kemp or he'll get grumpy.
No, I love it. I think it's great. I love how you paint things and are evocative. I love how you are giving you details about the story, but without getting overly involved in it, because the secret of a pitch page is all about avoiding the no. Right? So it's really easy to say no to something. It's very hard to say yes. But if something for you bumps, like when I read a script, if the script isn't great in the first 15 pages, I have to say no because I don't have time to read beyond that. So you're avoiding getting to the no. You're painting things that allows a development executive to fill in enough of their own imagination to build that world out. So it's all about, and I think what Manda has really done well here is it's all about the evocation, right? You're evoking a story, a tone, a mood, or what have it, but without being too specific, because it allows the executive's imagination to take it and run with it and kind of make it not their own, but at least make it something that they can sell. Does that make sense?
Great
You
development.
mentioned
notes,
yesterday that these development executives are gonna drown me in notes no matter what. So sort of staying broad strokes is less to rewrite later.
Yep. Yeah. And you don't want to be too vague about it, but the less explicit detail you have means the fewer chances that someone can say no.
Right. Oh, that is so good.
Writing is really very, very fun. Yes. I have just one note on that excellent pitch. And that is, as I was listening to you, the male lead came off as an older gentleman. And I would fix that. That can be misconstrued. I mean, I realized at the end that he obviously wasn't an old guy, but the way he was introduced made him feel old. So, you know, that's what I felt. But other than that, I thought it was great. You're
do you
right.
have a suggestion how she could do that?
Well, you want to, you know, I mean, she's the writer, so she has to figure it out. But you want to get across that, you know, he's a hot guy. I mean, without using the words, he's a hot guy. You know, you want to get his.
I mean, I could just call him handsome but miserly, and maybe say he's new in the job, or.
Yeah, I mean, you just have to introduce him in a way that is, you know, is he new? Yeah, he is new. The new, you know, he's the new guy in town who's taken over this thing, or, you know, this is his first year doing it. You know, but just make him, you know, make us understand that he's not old.
Got it. Thank you.
That is a great.
This is why I'm not the writer. You see how I fumble over these things?
Yes,
I'm not the writer.
I think there's something about Scrooge that makes it sound old, right? Because Scrooge was an older gentleman, right? So if
that's valid, yeah.
Right, because like Scrooge is always in his 60s, right? So if you find a way to talk about like just like a Christmas, you know, Grinch or something, or a way that doesn't describe him as old, that might be helpful to you.
Cool, thank you. That is an excellent note. See, development people are amazing.
Yeah,
that was a blind spot for me.
Yeah, the new cost-cutting guy in town, you know, maybe he's been brought in to by the school to get expenses down. You know, he's one of these new hotshot money guys. I mean, it's going on and it's relevant and it's real and it's current.
Okay,
I like the idea of Scrooge Jr. from the chat. Someone said Scrooge Jr. or like Scrooge in training, right?
Okay, but James, you said Scrooge is in his 60s.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like that, right? Like Ebenezer Scrooge from the Christmas Carol is an old gentleman who's made his fortune.
Okay, but you know
gets
what?
haunted by his past.
Okay, 60s is so much younger now than it ever was.
That's right.
Yes, but
Right,
you're
Joni?
as Ann was saying, you got to be, you know, in your 30s.
Okay, so maybe Scrooge could be 40.
There you go, right?
Scrooge
Well
Jr.
taken, fair enough.
If he's a love interest, he's got to be in his 30s with her.
Yeah, I could do like the heir to the real estate empire, or I could definitely find a way to build that in language that fits the pitch.
Yeah,
he's
heir is
a
good.
hot shot money guy, you know, he's a hot shot, you know, one of these guys who comes in and
Love it.
Reduces the costs of things, you know?
Yeah, absolutely.
Make
Love
t-shirts
that.
out of tinsel and a tangle.
All right, so do we have Leanne? Is that
Yes, we
where we're
do. Yep, Leanne's
Oh,
up next.
man, woohoo.
Excellent.
Can I also share?
Yeah, go ahead.
Absolutely.
Please.
I can't hear Leanne. Oh,
Uh-oh.
what happened?
You're good. Just open it up.
Yeah.
This is a panic-free zone. You're totally fine.
That's for sure. Yep.
Thank you so much, James.
Oh, what the hell?
Oh, you maybe need to share your whole desktop as opposed to an individual window.
Yes.
Can you
We
see?
go to the rescue.
Or
So please try to share again.
Ah, there you are. All.
did I do it or not?
Yeah, well, I can see you and I can hear you.
If you hit
Okay.
share screen in the top left corner, it'll say like desktop as opposed to an individual window. And then whatever shows up on your background will show up for the rest of us.
Okay.
Is she not there for you? She's there the
Oh
whole.
no, she's there. We're just looking for her document. That's all.
Oh, I see.
Oh, okay.
If you open it, then you can share it too. That's easy too.
Okay.
It's all good. Or Leanne, you know,
Yeah.
why don't you read it to us? That's fine too.
Okay.
It'll help your pitching skills as well.
Sure. Let me let me just stop sharing then. How's that?
Yeah, I already stopped sharing, so don't worry
Oh,
about that.
did you? Okay. All right. Let me just pitch. Sorry.
No worries.
No
hon.
worries. Take your
Okay.
time.
Holly Fairchild. This is called Christmas on Sugar Plum Lane.
Oh, cute title.
Holly Fairchild loves her life running the Fairchild Inn on Sugar Plum Lane with her sister. She couldn't imagine doing anything else since her parents retired. Everything is merry and bright for the holidays until she finds out Nick St. George is back after leaving town on the day of their engagement party without explanation. When he shows up, she really wants to tell him there's no room at the inn, but he has a reservation that her sister Ivy made. Ivy decides Holly and Nick never should have parted ways and wants to get them back together for Christmas. However, Nick has his own agenda for romancing Holly, but Holly isn't ready to believe in Christmas miracles. Noah Bradford, their next door neighbor and all around good guy, helps out with the heavy lifting at the inn, but he's had his eye on Holly for a while. When Nick puts on the charm, Noah realizes he needs to step up his game or possibly lose his chance to win Holly's heart. Will Holly rekindle an old flame or take a chance on a new love?
All right. You got to tell us, who does she pick? I'm in
She
suspense.
picks Noah.
Okay. Yay.
Nice. No, I think that's lovely. I love the love triangle aspect of it. I love how you've hit all those major beats. You've left the story open, right? Like you've given that space. The only thing that I would say is that what's the Christmas angle? Right? Like just think about, remember we talked about yesterday, you want to be building in that thing of like, what's Christmassy about the story, right? Is the inn preparing for its annual like Christmas feast or whatever, or like just something else that maybe builds in the holiday Christmas spirit into the story, help sell that. But I think your relationship beats are spot on. I think so this is, can I just say, Leanne, this is what I love as a development executive, is when I say I need X and then a writer comes to give me X, right? I will go to hell and back for you, right? So when you do a mandate, when you go to a company, you talk to an executive and they say, we want a thing at X, Y, and Z, right? That's when you give that, then I'm willing to sort of help you over the transom because you've taken my notes, right? And that's really important. It's a total ego thing, I grant you, right? But you know, like we sold a show to Up TV because Up TV said, hey, we want this thing that does all these things. The writer went away. 6 weeks later, I did all the things the network wanted, and then I could sell it. So if you take those notes, if you take it to heart, right? That's what I love about that. So just build the Christmas spirit, but all the other beats are there, right? Because like just lean into the Sugar Plum Lane, right? Why is it called that? What's the reason behind the story? Is there a tradition? Was it like, you know, at the end of World War II, was it like the place where so-and-so came and named it, or the author of the story, you know, the Sugar Plum, like whatever it is, why is it Sugar Plum Lane? What's Christmassy about this story? Everything else is spot on, is right there.
Excellent notes. And what I really loved
Thank you
is
so
how
much.
you went, it was going along and it just sounded okay, you know, standard Hallmark, standard Hallmark, standard Hallmark. And all of a sudden you bring in Noah. And it was just like, that was the perfect timing. That's like, whoa, plot twist. And that was brilliant.
Seventh, like fifth act complication or second act complication, right? Absolutely.
Thank you.
Very good.
You both are so extraordinary. Thank you so very, very, very much.
Yes.
Really,
Great job, Leanne.
Really.
Yeah, that was great. Cheryl, is Cheryl up?
She is.
Which Cheryl? Eklund?
Oh,
Cheryl
Cheryl Eklund.
Okay.
We're going with you, Cheryl.
You can hear
Go,
me,
Cheryl.
right? Okay, mine is called Christmas Crush. Bianca Reed is pulled away from her beloved Christmas in Chicago, surrounded by friends and parties, to referee her brother coming out to their parents in a small secluded home in Door County. Her 3-day travel plan of shopping, strolling, and enjoying every quaint village's Christmas fest between Chicago and Door County was going to be put to the test after her brother insists on giving his friend Jet Lang a ride. Thinking she was picking up a slim, put together professional, his usual taste in men. What she picked up was a long-haired, sloppy, pouting guy on crutches, the very same one that jammed his crutches into her toes the day before at the Navy Pier and refused to even acknowledge her. He annoyed her with his sulking attitude. He felt she was rude and unsympathetic, with every small town welcoming warmth, warmed Jet's attitude seemed to thaw, and Bianca's heart skipped a beat with every little nugget of personal information he shared. When a lake effect snowstorm had them stranded on the road with hundreds of other travelers, things got confusing for Bianca. Was she falling for her brother's boyfriend?
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow. Spicy.
Whoa.
Go ahead.
Whoa, there's a lot there. I think Ann needs to pipe in with this one because it seems more lifetimey than
It does. It does.
Definitely Lifetime.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
I could see
okay.
that.
So is my first question is he straight?
He is. He's just a friend that broke his leg. He was trying to get to the Olympics snowboarding. He broke his leg. And so she just assumes it's his boyfriend, but it's actually a friend.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
it is.
Yeah. I would say Lifetime also. Definitely. You know.
I totally get it. Yep.
Yeah. Now, was this, and this is like an all seasons, right, story, right?
It could be, I guess. Yeah. I had it
but
in Christmas, but yep.
Yeah, no, I want, again, like just lean into the Christmas stuff.
Yep.
Right?
Okay.
Like just lean in more to that. And then also, and this is a very, very small point, but you know, I think it's also important. Make sure you write your pitch in present tense as opposed to past tense.
Oh, good point.
Oh,
excellent point.
Yep. Very good.
Right? Right?
Yep.
Because you want to make it as though it's happening in real time before your eyes, not like it's
Yes.
happening retrospectively. So
Yep.
I know it sounds weird, but there's something active
get it.
and engaged and on the front foot about present tense prose as opposed to past tense prose. That's what I would say.
And I'm a novelist, so yep, I can
Yeah, yeah.
see
So
that.
lean into Christmas and present tense.
Okay.
But I think as Annie and Joni are saying, that, yeah, I don't think Hallmark's quite ready for that story,
Yeah,
but there's
okay.
definite breathing room for other places for it.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
okay.
Now, are you thinking it to be more of a rom-com where there's a lot of like understanding between who they
Right,
think
yeah,
each one
yeah,
is? Or are
it
you
probably
thinking
is a little more too much for what I heard yesterday.
Okay.
For the Hallmarky.
Yeah.
The 90 and 10% or whatever.
Yeah. But what was that movie on, like Lifetime or something, where like the woman brings her fiance home for Christmas, and this came out last year, but it's a lesbian romance instead. It was like, oh, The Christmas Setup. There you go. Right. So that was like a
right.
Yeah,
Right.
there was like there was a
that's
great,
the hook. I mean, that was a great hook.
yeah, that was great. So there is room for that. It's just not Hallmarky, you know?
Yep, I totally get. Yep.
And I would kind of start in with that, especially in like either a tagline or log line of sort of the misdirection that she thinks the brother's
Right.
boyfriend. But
Oh yeah, Happiest Season. There you go. Yes, that was the one. Happiest Season. That was a very cool story. It was like, guess who's coming to dinner, right? But with a lesbian couple, which is amazing.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's incredible. That is actually really incredible.
That's a great play on that story.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Great. Thank you, Cheryl.
Very good.
Great
Thanks,
job.
Cheryl. Appreciate it.
Okay.
And then Kathleen.
Two more, three more, actually.
Well, we've got a lot of hands raised here. I think Kathleen was next.
Yes,
Yeah.
It may go into After Dark. Who knows?
Yes, I think it
After
may
Dark
very
is
well.
fine. We can do that. After Dark is fine.
So I think we got Kathleen and then Allie. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, and let's get Timothy in there. Also.
All right. Kathleen, please go ahead.
Okay. Mine is called Christmas on Location. Abby Clark has always loved her job as a location scout for the holiday film company, Sleigh Bell Studios. What could be better than working with her production designer best friend Marcus and traveling the country to find the perfect sites to shoot the Christmas movies and live specials everyone loves? So what if she's tired of all the go, go, go? They've reached the finish line for the year and Abby's all set to spend her Thanksgiving on a warm and sunny beach. That is until she and Marcus are called in by a frantic producer whose temperamental star insists on a brand new location for her live Christmas Eve musical special. He needs the perfect rustic inn in the perfect New England town. When Marcus lets it slip that Abby is from a town just like that, Thornhill, Maine, and used to be engaged to the new owner of its perfect rustic inn, the producer is convinced she can pull off a last-minute miracle. Before she can blink, Abby is on her way to the hometown she hasn't been back to, hasn't let herself miss since her mom died 6 years ago. The mayor and the town council members are thrilled with the idea of Thornhill being on TV as the town's recovering from a storm that devastated their summer and fall tourist trade. But Abby's plans to get the deal papers signed and leave the day after Thanksgiving go awry when she arrives at the Pear Tree Inn and discovers that in this case, rustic means broken down. And that Ben Simon, Pear Tree's owner and the fiance Abby left behind with no explanation, isn't interested in anything she has to say. However, between the hefty filming fee and Abby's promise to help him fix up the place, Ben has a change of mind. While the two work side by side, sparks fly and they each begin to have a change of heart. As Abby falls for the town, for Ben, as the production team and the beautiful star arrive and take over the town, Abby realizes she's afraid to be vulnerable, to risk her heart again. But with the power of true love and the magic of Christmas on her side, it's a sure thing Abby will realize there's no location like home.
Oh, great final line.
That is so beautiful.
Great final line. Nicely written.
Thank you. Thank you.
Beautiful writing. Yeah, absolutely. And I would love to get your take on this, because the only thought that I have is that, how do I say this? Sometimes Hollywood is hesitant to tell meta Hollywood stories.
That's true. That's a very good point. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So I think it's beautifully written. I think it's perfect in terms of like the way it's structured, the way it's all put together. But, Anne, I mean, do you feel?
No, you're right. You're right.
I don't know if Hallmark's ready for an inside baseball Hollywood movie, you know?
Yeah, but here's the fix.
Yeah.
Make it be an advertising campaign.
Yep.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
I mean, literally, you change very little with that. It's the same thing. Because it also doesn't work for movies. You know, movies, you have location scouts. You don't do stuff like this. So she works for an advertising agency and she finds these fabulous places and to So this is a big client of theirs, and you know, and that's how you fix it.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, see,
Very cool.
original gangsta. There you go.
Yeah.
Lovely, lovely writing. And that final line was perfect.
Yeah, but yeah, I wouldn't change a thing except for Anne's, like, you know, alteration to it. It hits every beat. I'm totally hooked.
Cool, thank you.
Awesome.
The original gangster, we love that.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go and get,
We've got, yeah, Dana is, I think is next in line.
you know, and then we need
I know,
Timothy, we need a few guys here. We
And Bryce, I know
guys.
Bryce really would like to read as well. How about if we go to Dana and then maybe Bryce and then Timothy?
Okay, perfect.
And then we'll
Thank you.
come back, then we'll come back and catch up with as many as we can.
Sure.
Okay, Dana?
Super. I'm just going to share my screen. You can see this Choosing Christmas here.
Oh.
Oh,
Yes.
there you go.
Look at that,
Nice.
beautiful.
Perfect. So this is Choosing Christmas. Successful ghostwriter Melody Graham knows how to tell a story as long as it's someone else's.
Oh.
But to her surprise, after returning home for the first Christmas since her father's death, Mel's love life begins to read like a page turner after she encounters former crush Jason Van Buren. At first, she's thrown back to her school days of being the chubby, tongue-tied girl crushing hard on the popular boy. But as Jason helps her inject some much-needed Christmas spirit into her family's holiday, Mel begins opening up to him and to herself. When a magical ornament sends her to an alternate Christmas where her father is alive, but Jason is married to her childhood bully, Mel's two lives begin diverging in major ways. After more than a few twists along the time-traveled road, Mel must choose which version of Christmas truly fits.
Love it.
That's a great twist. Holy cow.
Yeah, you know,
Whoa.
I have to tell you, I just have to jump in because as she's reading, I'm thinking to myself, well, this is the old Hallmark. You know, how am I going to tell her that this is too old fashioned for them now?
Wow.
And then she gave me the time travel twist. I love a good surprise. It's a great idea.
Exactly.
Yeah, like,
especially
like-
who he's married to.
Yeah.
I mean, that
like,
just brings up so much angst.
Yeah.
Like Next Stop Christmas. That
Yeah.
came out a little while ago with you know, Leah
Yeah.
Thompson and Christopher Lloyd, right?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's great. The only thing I would say is I would just change the language to her father's passing versus her father's death, right? Just soften that a little bit, right? Just so they're not like, oh, death. Like as we talked about yesterday, Hallmark's just very sensitive to language, right? So passing as opposed to death, but I think those things are great. I would also love to hear like, what's that special Christmas thing? Right, you talked about like the particular family traditions. Like I believe that stories are universal insofar as they are specific, right?
Sure.
So the more specific you can be about like what's that thing, what's that family Christmas thing that makes it tick. Maybe it's from your family or your, you know, friend's family or whatever. Just give me that little detail of like, ooh, okay, she knows about what the difference is for Christmas. Other than that, I agree with everything that Anne said. That's great.
And I think you have it in there with the ornament.
Yes.
So
Yeah, and there are like the Christmas tree shopping and some kind of misunderstandings there, and putting up lights and ending up in a pile of snow and those things. So I could work those in a bit.
yeah, or it could be a homemade ornament that was, you know, the father made or something. I mean, you could definitely
Yeah.
family tradition.
Some kind of heirloom, some kind of antique thing or whatever it is. Just give me a little taste of what makes that thing specific to that family.
Well, you know, I was thinking the same thing because the ornament, I really hung on to the ornament as perhaps the looking glass that transports her into the alternate Christmas.
Right. Yep. No,
It's
I
a
love
family, it's a family ornament that's been in the family for ages.
Right.
It's very special. Okay.
Mhm.
And that's what takes her into the past. or the alternate universe.
Yeah, the kind of sliding doors timeline.
Yeah, I love the whole. First of all, I love time travel, and as I said, I love the surprise, and I loved your twist. It was great. It was great.
Super. Thank you so much. I really appreciate all of that.
Thank you, Dana.
So far, I want to watch every one of these movies.
Yes. Oh, they're so good. So good. Well, Bryce kind of made a special plea in the chat to pitch. So Bryce, would you like to come on?
Hey there.
Hi, Bryce.
Hey, how's
there.
everybody? Okay, so this is interesting. I'm getting a security and privacy thing on the visual, which is kind of bumming me out. So does Rodrigo have a quick tip? Otherwise, I'll just read it. But I have a visual which I'd love to show because James gave us such a great model the other day. So I've clicked share screen.
Yes, and select just the part of the screen or your desktop that you want to show.
It says open system preferences, which is throwing me a little bit. So
it may be you need to give permissions first.
Yeah, that just asks Zoom if it can see your stuff. That's all.
Okay.
Yeah. So you hit allow, I think.
It just says general privacy, blah blah blah. Let's see. I'm really sorry to hold us up because
No worries. Take your time.
Okay, so it says you need to give permission to Zoom to share your screen.
Okay. It's not letting me choose Zoom. So screen recording. I think it's the screen recording part or something.
If you're on a Mac, you may need to click the lock to allow changes.
Okay, great. Thank you for that tip. Whoever just shared that, that would be brilliant if this works. I think we got it.
Oh, good.
Oh, perfect.
Is that Mary, our resident Zoom expert? Is that again?
I
don't have a Mac, so that was not me because I would not have been helpful with Mac. But PCs, I can.
Oh my gosh, whoever just said that, are you seeing what we have here?
Yes, we are.
Yes, we are.
Thank you so much.
Oh, a lifesaver. I'm so grateful. And if that's a blue burgee on your back wall, it may or may not be, but you might be interested in this. And I just want to say thank you to James who gave us samples because I had never done this. And Joni said, if you can try to put in a visual, and sometimes it's the show not tell. So I was trying to emulate that. So here's what we have. It's called Sailing into Christmas.
Cool.
And I'll walk you through it. And again, not original artwork on the bottom, to be clear. Elizabeth Bate is a renowned naval architect in New York City whose career has surpassed that of her late father. She loves her work and has an enviable lifestyle, traveling to the world's most glamorous ports to meet with clients. But one thing is missing in her life: her first mate. Elizabeth returns home to Mystic, Connecticut for the holidays to be crowned the queen of the lighted boat parade. In a twist of fate, the captain of her boat is her old high school sweetheart, Edwin James, who runs the Mystic Seaport Museum. When Elizabeth's mother takes a fall on an icy step and sprains her hip, Elizabeth's stay in town is unexpectedly extended so she can care for her. Not being able to return to the city and attend progress and prep meetings with her colleagues, Elizabeth is under mounting pressure to deliver plans to her boss before a pivotal presentation to the firm's largest and most demanding client. Having to satisfy her client's wish for something fresh and unique to distinguish their new fleet, she visits the seaport for ideas. Edwin helps her reconnect with the earlier traditions of boat building, which inspires her to work the old lines of classic boats into her sleek new designs. As the two spend more time together, Edwin also helps Elizabeth reconnect with the traditions of Christmas that she has long since dismissed. But once her plans are submitted, will Elizabeth cast off her lines and return to the big city, or drop anchor and make Mystic her home port again?
Yes.
Hey.
Very nice. Again, beautiful ending. I love the ending. And nice choice. Bryce, are you from Connecticut?
Yeah, right what you know, I am.
Yeah. All my dad's relatives are in New London, but Connecticut is doing a ton of
lifetime Hallmark movies. Yeah.
Yeah.
Andrew Bernhardt with Synthetic has been attached to 21 this year, which has been mind-blowing, Joni.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So you know right to who to go to with this.
And I love puns, right? Like her first mate, homeport again. Choice. The only thing that I would say is that when you said naval architect, it made me think they were designing like marinas and that kind of thing. So that's the only thing that really bumped for me. Like they say she's like a boat designer or a yacht designer or something, right? Because like naval architect, I'm not sure exactly what that is. And I think it just draws me out of it just a little bit. I mean, you get there in the end, but I think like boat designer, yacht designer, whatever it is it might be. I love the elevated idea. I love the elevated job that she has, but that first sentence just bumps for me a little bit. And it kind of, you want people to get to buy in your first paragraph.
Thank you, James. I appreciate that.
Well, I like the fact that she's a successful architect. I bumped on the second paragraph, first line. Elizabeth returns home to Mystic for the holidays to be crowned the queen of the lighted boat parade. I don't think a high-end architect, successful architect, would be a part of this in that way. It sounds juvenile. It sounds too pageanty. For someone, if you're going to buy her as a successful architect in New York, yes, she can return home, but to be crowned the queen of the loaded boat parade, it kind of downplays who she is, in my opinion.
I don't think it's needed. I think there's enough story there where that's not needed.
I agree.
If you want to have the parade, maybe it's a secondary character. Maybe
the parade is great, and it's and maybe that's where she runs into the guy, but I just don't want her to be the queen of the lighted boat parade. That's my criticism.
What if you made her the marshal, like the marshal of the Rose Bowl parade, right? Yeah. She's the one who supervises it, right? Who stands at the end of the thing and presides over the whole thing, as opposed to the queen, which I agree is objectifying, maybe.
Yeah, Stephanie just said the same thing.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yep.
Great minds think alike.
Absolutely. Is there a way that we can get out of the screenshot?
Yes.
Thank you.
So, and I just wanted to say,
thank you.
The connection was, I took it out because it was too long. They're trying to honor her naval roots, and they honor somebody every year. So I think Marshall is so right on. So thank you for that redirect.
Yeah, and you just have to make that clear in your pitch. I love that you use Andrew Walker as the as your
sailor
image with the actress. I don't know who the actress is, but Andrew I know very well.
Thank you for the feedback, and I'll turn it back over to you, but I really appreciate that.
Good job.
No worries.
Thank you,
for
Bryce.
the work. It was great.
Very much.
Yeah. Well, how about if we do this? We've just got a minute left for our official class, but then there is Story Summit After Dark. So we could do a quick wrap up, but then invite all of you who can to stay on and just keep pitching. So how about if we just do a couple of quick wrap up things. One question, Rodrigo, I know that's come up in the chat, is whether the After Dark portion, whether you'll be able to continue recording that.
Yes, I will.
Okay, awesome. Thank you for doing
Rodrigo.
that. Yes.
Yay, Rodrigo.
Yeah, yep.
Thank you.
Oh my goodness, it feels like, this is just like a little moment of saying goodbye, but not really saying goodbye because we're really continuing. But I know, some of you may need to go, so we want to be respectful of your time. A couple of things just that we want to repeat from last night. One is that if you would like the recordings from last night and tonight, just send an email to Rodrigo. And Rodrigo, if you can put your email in the chat again, that would be awesome.
Yes.
And
thank you, Rodrigo.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you.
And also, if you could put the Facebook link again. Yes, thank you, Tina, for asking about that. Something like 150 of you signed up for the Facebook group yesterday, which was just amazing. and so cool to have you be part of this community. So thank you for joining. And if you haven't done that yet, we really encourage you to. It's a fun way to stay in touch with the community, keep networking, share your successes, ask questions, find out about upcoming classes, suggest upcoming classes, all of those things. So it's a really active community, and we really invite you to be part of that. So I think, is there anything else, Amy, that we want to be sure to say, in addition to thanking again all of our amazing faculty?
I just want to say, have the most amazing holiday. And please, please, please write your lives, write your stories. These are all extraordinary. Everything that you pitched, everything that you wanted to pitch. Oh my God, it really was, it's pure joy. And we need more joy in the world, right? So
absolutely.
Thank you so very much for being here. Thank you for joining. Thank you for coming on board. Thank you for being a part of our, and Deb is putting on her hat.
Putting on my hat because it's just about picture time.
Yay.
Yes, Rodrigo's going to do the photos.
You know, and really, truly write your stories. Write them. You never know where they're going to go. You never know. So thank you all for showing up and shining up.
Thank you,
Thank you.
everyone.
Thank you,
This
Amy.
Picture time.
Yes.
So everyone, if you can turn your cameras on and smile for a quick picture. I'm gonna take a couple of pictures. It will take like less than a minute, but just keep smiling. So let's go.
I love you, Rodrigo. Keep smiling.
Yay.
Joni, thank you for everything.
Love you guys so much. After dark.
Love you. Yes, yes, absolutely.
James, thank
Hang
you for
on.
showing up.
Wait. Keep smiling, please.
I love that. Deb, you look so
Deb, you look adorable.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Annie,
A friend
you
of mine
look
makes
gorgeous.
these hats.
Annie,
They're
you really
awesome.
look beautiful. James, you look like an elf.
I know, I've got these bear's ears. I haven't had a haircut in 4 months. It's terrible. I'm trying to like glue it all down.
No. Don't worry. You look good.
Yeah,
by the
keep
way,
smiling. Keep smiling.
I just want to say I got a private message from Michelle Fraser about book stuff. I'm a film and TV guy, but who you want to talk to about book agents, that kind of thing, is our own elf in chief, Deb Engel. She has forgotten more about books and publishing than I will ever know. So,
Oh
right?
my God.
Thank you, James.
Yeah, Deb
Yes,
Engel
and
will
please,
know more
yeah.
about all of the books and publishing than anybody. Yes.
Yeah,
Thank
she's
you.
amazing. Like, we got to bond in France at a retreat together, right? And I've
yes.
seen Deb work hands-on in the trenches. She is the one to help you get your vision into a book or get representation, whatever it might be. So I'm just gonna primp for Deb right now because she's like the other OG.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you so much,
That
James.
is so incredible. Yay. Good for
Yeah,
you.
and truly, thank you so much for saying that, James, because I just love, as all of us do, working with you, with the students, with upcoming writers. So please do get in touch. You can contact me through Story Summit. And actually, probably the best way is just to get in touch with Rodrigo. If you have questions or want to run something by me, just send that to Rodrigo and he will forward that to me. So thank you, James, for saying that so much.
Oh my
We
God.
love.
Yay. And
Oh,
Deb has a
thank you.
few books that she's published herself on spirit guides, and they're just amazing. I reference
Thank
them
you
all
so
the time.
much.
You're a beautiful writer.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Well, that's what we're all here for. And, to help one another and to have reversible hats. So, so in
There's
answer,
two of them?
yes, to the question.
There's 2 hats?
2 hats in one. I've got to put in a plug for my friend Jules here in Des Moines, Iowa, who
That's
is the master
fabulous.
maker of these.
They're really fabulous.
They are really fabulous. Yes. Yep. So, well, thank you all. Speaking of fabulous, you have all you've made this such an incredible class. Joni, James, Anne, thank you for bringing your magic.
Oh, thank
all
you.
of your
Thank you
expertise.
for having us.
Oh my gosh. We love you so much. And thank you to all of your students, all of you students for bringing your magic as well. Incredible ideas. There's so much talent in this group. And, just really remember, be like Frank.
Yeah,
That's the parting word. Be like Frank. Just keep writing. Keep working on your story. Yes. Yep.
Yeah.
Join the community, stay in touch, ask us questions, and everything is possible for you. And huge congratulations to all of you. So many of you who have already had so much success in publishing and screenwriting already. We're so happy to know you. So thank you, Amy. Thank you, David. Thank you, Rodrigo. Thank you all. We will sign off for the official class tonight, but again, stay on and we'll keep going with Story Summit After Dark. Thank you.
My
Thank you all.
background, Story Summit After Dark.
Yes.
Oh, look at that. Oh, way to go, James.
Deb, may I make a little announcement?
Please.
I made a spreadsheet. So many wonderful people were saying about their books and articles and screenplays. So there is a spreadsheet so everyone can go and purchase. I'm putting it in the chat right now.
Oh, that's
Super
awesome.
cool.
Thank you so much. You are magic yourself, Alexandra.
Yay.
You are always
So are
coming
you,
up with
Deb. So are you.
so many ways to support us, and we appreciate it so much. Awesome. We'll keep writing, everybody. Keep pitching, and we hope to see you again soon.
Will we be able to access the messages in the chat room after the class?
Yeah.
Yes.
Actually, James. Yeah, James.
You
Would
can
you like to
click on
explain
the
that?
3 little dots on the right side and click where it says Save Chat.
Yes, you see at the bottom right corner where the chat thing is, where you can type a message, right? There should be like a little paper folded over, a little emoji thing, and then 3 dots. If you click on Save Chat, and then right above that, it'll say like Show in Finder. That'll take you to where the chat has been saved as like a text document.
It is totally me, but all I'm getting is emojis over here when I press the 3 dots. So I'm pretty sure it's me, but okay, let's try
Melissa,
that
it's
again.
right next to the emoji. It's that 3 dots.
Yeah,
next to the emojis, not
right.
Yeah.
And so when I press the one right next to the emojis, then it's giving me all of the emojis out here. So I'm
To
just
the
gonna keep
right.
working on it just for a second.
Are you on
Right of the
mobile?
emojis.
If you're on
No.
mobile, turn it sideways.
Yeah, if you're on a cell phone, I tried it yesterday. It doesn't necessarily work as well. I couldn't figure it out.
See? Okay. Yeah. Nope. I've got all kinds of emojis. Okay.
You know
I'll just
what?
try to keep
Why don't
working.
send me your email address, and then I'll save the chat and send it to you at the end of the night, so we can get all the After Dark goodness, right? Just when it gets real raunchy, real saucy. You know?
Ooh, saucy. No.
Well, I have to unfortunately miss all the raunch. I have to, because I'm in Los Angeles and I have to go make my husband dinner. That's my next activity.
I can't stay long either. I'm in San Diego, so I'm with you.
Yeah, so
I'm in the same position.
Happy holidays to everyone. I love being here so much, you guys. Bless you. Follow your bliss. Right.
Thanks,
Okay?
Ann.
Thank you,
Ann.
I want to
Happy
share some
dinner.
happy news. My managers who had optioned my Christmas thing, which I also finished after doing, I finished in February, end of February, or end of January last year after doing the class. And it looks like it's moving forward. It has a director attached. ICM is interested, and I'm hoping, but I also know things can go wrong. But things seem to be moving forward with that. And it has an original song, which I wrote. And I'm hoping that will be, an added bonus for it. And thank you guys. You helped me refine it. I then went through a weird process too, because the director, her connection to Netflix made her want me to Netflix it up. So there are 3 different versions, as Anne, I think she's already left, but talked about, you have to do so many versions, and I did them all on spec, but the director likes it and is passionate about it, and fingers crossed it will be happening sooner rather than later. And in no small part because I was involved in this process and got to work with all of you wonderful mentors.
Oh my God.
So thank you.
That's awesome, Jocelyn.
Love it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to have a cocktail party on Zoom too. Okay.
Absolutely.
Great.
To bring
Always a pleasure to hear
unicorns.
from you.
Yay.
Say that again, James. I'm sorry, I missed
Oh, I
that.
said thanks, and the venerable Miss Carlucci. I think whenever she talks, like I just want to sit and listen all day. So thanks for input again. It's great.
You're the best. Thank you. I come on just to be talked to that way. This old broad needs all the help she can get. Anyway, love you all. Happy holidays.
Night.
Follow your
Love you
bliss.
all. Have fun after dark.
Okay.
Okay, you too, Justin. See you on Facebook.
Bye.
Lots of love.
Thanks so much,
Thank
everybody.
you.
Thank you, Ann. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
All right, so now the adults are gone.
Woohoo! All right, James, are we going to get Randy now?
We've already been there. So we want to open this up. So if you want to pitch stuff, like we do the assignment, that'd be great. If you have any other questions, right? Like I got a whole bunch of questions on private chats I would love for you to ask in public. So, please raise your hand if you have questions, not just pitching. Those are totally welcome too.
Yep.
Joni, you want to add anything?
Nope, I'm with you there.
All right.
Questions and pitching.
All right, so I know that Allie's been waiting. I know, I'm sorry I teased, right? But so please go ahead and kick off Story Summit After Dark.
Okay, so one, I just want to say I contribute me feeling better and having the lights on for the first time in like 5 days to this, because I've been feeling miserable until about 20 minutes ago. My question,
awesome.
my question was, I'll share my pitch, but my one question I asked in the chat earlier was if the names to movies are picked out by like producers, because I know the name Ben comes up in like probably almost every movie. There's always someone named Ben. Yeah, that's my one question.
Yeah, I mean, we get names changed all the time, right? Like you can basically try to find the, forgive me, whitest, blandest name you can think of, and then be fully prepared for that to be 86th, right? And change, right? Like they will change character names based on like they've got too many Catherines in other movies. They will change character names because they're too biblical or whatever. So as long as the name is sort of like white bread and mundane, then you'll be fine. You will also get like movie titles changed. Like we did a movie that was called My Life as a Doormat, right? It was about a people pleaser. And like we did a whole thing where she ends up writing the book called My Life as a Doormat and shows it to her love interest at the end as proof that she's grown. So that's intrinsic to the story. They changed the movie to Love's Complicated.
Yeah. Oh my God, yeah. All right.
Right?
Okay.
And it didn't make any damn sense anymore, right? Because you've got this like book reveal that's also the title of the fucking movie, pardon my French, right? And you're just like, what are we doing here? I don't know. I have no idea, right? So,
it is, and it's frustrating. I would have to say, other than the Christmas card, just about every single one of my scripts titles got changed. And I don't think they've been changed for the better. Deck Miss Hall, which I thought was a brilliant title, was changed to A Christmas Kiss. How boring.
Yeah.
Angel Duty was changed to Christmas Magic. The one I just had on this last week, my original title was Holiday Hideout, and then the producers had the great title Holiday Hitman, which basically tells it, and it was changed to Christmas Witness. I mean, they just changed them to the most blandest titles ever.
We had the Runaway Sleigh, which is about like a magic sleigh that had a mind of its own, and that became Sleigh Bells Ring. Not terrible, but it's not good, right? So just remember, right? Between you, me, and the apple tree, development executives have no imagination.
No.
Right? They have no imagination. You got to spell it out for them. You got to give it to them exactly how they want it. Otherwise, they will just like erase all things interesting and different and unique.
Exactly.
That said, go write Hallmark movies. Please go do it.
I know. But just don't be married to your title, because it is heartbreaking.
Yeah, totally.
I really wish Deck Miss Hall was still there.
Deck Miss Hall, I would watch the fuck out of that movie, right?
And she gets decked. That's what makes it. I mean, that's how the romance starts, because the villain gets decked.
Yeah, there you go. All right, so
Okay.
Allie, do you want to share your pitch page with us?
Yeah, sure. So that being said, I actually have two different titles, but I think I like one better than the other. I have either the grief wreath or caring for claws. Holly Robin has made a life for herself, taking care of people in New York City. Working as an end-of-life doula, Holly pours herself into her clients and their families. Raised in foster care, Holly sees the people she serves as somewhat of a surrogate family. While Holly loves what she does in the Big Apple, she can't help but think a part of her is missing. It is this feeling of longing that year after year never fails to hit during the holidays. When Holly's supervisor assigns her to an out-of-state client who promises a large donation, Holly is flattered but overwhelmed. This could be her biggest client yet, Santa Claus, or at least an elderly Wisconsin man who claims to be. With the encouragement of her sassy childhood friend Kat and help from her boss and mother figure Gwen, Holly makes the leap from dirty water dogs to cheese curds. Perhaps a trip to the snowy Midwest is just what Holly needs to feel a little Christmas magic. Upon landing in America's Dairyland, Holly slips on a patch of ice and is caught by the rugged but dashing farmhand Bud Balsam. Holly and Bud get close as Bud is employed by Nick Ivy, Holly's dying client. Bud shows Holly around town during the 12 days of Whiskmas, a Christmas festival with everything from ice sculpting competitions and fish fries to gingerbread houses and holiday light displays. On the last day of the festival, Holly receives a gift from Nick instructing her to open it on Christmas Day. When the gift accidentally falls and reveals itself to be the grief wreath, a wreath made of trinkets, pictures, and article clippings from the past 32 years, Holly learns of Nick's relation to her and that Bud knew all along. Feeling hurt and deceived, Holly must come to terms with her feelings of love, loss, and family. With the grief wreath providing the answers Holly has longed for in the spirit of Christmas, Holly must decide if there is room in her heart for the man she's come to love and the man she's never known.
Whoa. There's a lot in there. Wow.
Yes.
Okay, that's one that's like you have to kind of ponder on.
Yes, I would say, first of all, as a former New York resident, I love the idea of dirty water hot dogs, right? Because that was like the lifeblood, right? When I was a grad student there. Yeah, I think you want to just streamline the story a little bit, right? There's a fine balance between detail and spelling it all out and being evocative and leaving them wanting more. So I would sort of maybe dial back a little bit on all the details that you have. Like I like the details like fish fries and like cheese curds and that kind of stuff. And that's enough. I think all the elements are there. I just want to see it be a bit more evocative. I would also say from the pitch that you don't want to like land on like, hey, this is the sassy friend and hey, this is the mother figure, right? You can just say her friend who's like a spitfire or whatever, right? Or and like, you know, with her mother, like if you talk about those things, it means that you're maybe thinking a little bit too hard about the Hallmark archetypes, as opposed to making them come out organically, right? Like you never announce, hey, here's the villain and his name is Nick, right? Like you want to be kind of like just evocative of like that, make sure that you're showing them that you know all the story elements, but without landing on them and being overdeveloped as far as like telling them that you know the story elements. You know, it's about showing versus telling. And I know it's an old saw, but I think that's the place that I would go with it.
Exactly. I think you have it nicely written out for a kind of a roadmap for your story, for your writing, but you know, James was, you know, spot on sort of streamlining it. My question too also is what's the vibe? Because the title seems a little bit heavy. Does he die in the end? Is there sort of a lot of kind of grief and heaviness in the beginning with her job, or are you looking for a little bit lighter? So the vibe I think needs to be brought out a little bit in what direction you're going to with what kind of story you're telling. Does he die, or is he really going to be Santa and he kind of lives forever?
I was gonna have him die.
Yeah, well, that's obviously
I mean, she's it's her job, so he's definitely dying. But
but it's also just something like the grief wreath, right? Is maybe like a little bit hard of a thing to land on. right? Like we talked about this in last year's Story Summit, where someone had a finale where there's like a family like picking through a garbage dump to pick out like little things. And I was like, okay, I understand what you're doing. And I don't want to call anybody out, right? But it's just like if you land with the grief wreath at the end of the story, then it's like, is this movie a downer when it's supposed to be an upper and sort of like light and life and uplift? So that's what I would say about that, right? Like the grief wreath does sound like it's going to be a downer of a story.
Heavy,
and you always want it to be on the uptick at the end. But yeah, otherwise the elements are all there. It's just streamline, simplify, and be evocative.
Ditto. Thanks. Yay.
Yeah, we had a quick question from Nancy about alcohol. Yeah, a winery would be okay, especially in this day and age. You can have like people with glasses of wine on the table. You just can't have them drinking too much, right?
And are we drinking now?
Yeah, I need to go get a beer actually. So Joni, can you handle this next one, and I'll come back with my favorite tipple.
All right, I'm thinking Dave. I think we need David Matthew Barnes, like without the noble.
Thank you very much. I'm going to try to share my screen, see if this works. Can everyone see this?
Yep.
Yes, we can.
Whoa, I like that image.
Thank you. It's my publisher, so I can't take any credit. This is
wait,
the
that's your book.
This is my book, right? But I actually wrote the screenplay first, and I was a student at UCLA, and this was my project. And then I was advised by my instructor that it should be a novel. So I wrote backwards, if that makes sense. So I wrote the screenplay first, then the novel, but they totally informed each other during the writing process. So
super cool.
I learned
That's
from
what happened with Love
myself.
Story.
So here's the short pitch for it. When struggling college student and aspiring music teacher Charlene Vega lands a seasonal position with a local parks and recreation department, she's not expecting to find her destiny in true love. Assigned to direct a holiday variety show at an elementary school the city has given up on, the same school she once attended as a child, Charlene must come to terms with the grief of her past while bringing hope to a community she feels compelled to fight for. Woo! And this just came out yesterday as a novel, but I wrote the screenplay about a year ago.
That's fantastic. And short and sweet, and it tells the story. And I can go one click, like when we get done with our little party tonight, I can go one click your book.
Yes, that would be amazing. Thank you. I appreciate any support, obviously. Yes, it came out yesterday and it's doing well so far. And I actually, I found this workshop because a couple of early reviews had mentioned Hallmark in the reviews, and I did a little research and then found this great workshop, and the timing could not have been better for me. And I've learned so much. And it feels like grad school times 10 for me. So thank you. I appreciate it.
Oh, this is fantastic. Okay, so now what kind of a show? Is it a music show that she does? Is there like a lot of performances?
Yeah, so it's mostly the kids. The kids are all like K through 6th grade, and a couple of them are sort of star students. There's a young boy who really loves to dance, but is bullied a little bit about dancing. There's a young girl who's a little too shy to sing, but kind of comes into her own. And my protagonist is their mentor, and by helping them, she sort of finds her own strength to sort of explore her dream to be a music teacher and play piano and so forth. So lots of holiday music.
Okay, fantastic.
Putting together a show. Let's all get together and kind of the Judy
it's like Fame at Christmas kind of.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So,
David,
VH1 has jumped into the Christmas movie arena, and this could be perfect for them.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, David, sorry, I saw the pitch page. I think it's great. I think the beats are all there. I want that detail.
Okay.
Right. I want that detail about the musical and the performance aspirations. Like I want that because that builds character. Right. Mm-hmm. So you can go anywhere with a story and it can take you different beats. But if you build a strong character and you lean into her emotions, desires, wants, needs, lacks, failings, all that kind of stuff, then you're going to buy that. So I think it's beautiful and concise. Right. I would love more. Just like give me a little bit more to chew on.
Yeah.
Okay.
When I think about the story.
Yeah.
Right?
That's a great works perfect for Amazon, but James is right for development and production. The little bit more detail, fluffing it up.
Yeah, just the basic contour. Like you want to the garden path and kind of sketch the garden path without like planting all the flowers.
Oh, good. Got it.
Good analogy.
Right. Yeah. So cheers. So let's go to Mary Louise and Laura. I know that you have to tell us a story. You have to be driven back to college. I want to hear more about this.
Oh, hi. Hi. I'm Mary Louise. My mom and I are doing this together at my house, but I'm living in college, so she has to drive me back tonight.
Tonight?
Yeah.
Oh
boy.
How far of a drive?
It's like 20 minutes, but I want to get back there on time.
She has exams this week.
I do.
Oh, good luck. Ouch. I don't miss those.
Yeah. All right. Is it okay if I share my screen?
Yes.
Yeah, please.
This is my mom's pitch. Here.
Okay, thank you for letting me share. Mine was inspired by a holiday song, so I went with Up on the Housetop. Noel has been hard at work flipping the old theater to get it ready for new musicals. They have box seats, a chandelier, and even a prince coming for their Christmas Eve opening night. But it also has a roof that won't pass building codes and a humbug of a handyman who simply won't be hurried. Noel must inspire some holiday hustle. Can she build his spirits, and can she resist falling for the handsome handyman who is so committed to looking back that he can't see what's right in front of him?
Cool. I love the visuals. And
yeah, Jessica Lowndes, who I worked with, right, who's lovely.
Yeah.
Right, so that's the way to my heart, right, because she's gorgeous. I think it's great. I think it's a good start, but it's not quite there yet, right? So can you share your screen again, actually, just so we can sort of like dive into it a little bit? Because you're teasing the audience with a prince, right? Is this an actual prince? Is this a metaphorical prince? Like, what's the deal behind the prince? I mean, that's the thing with Hallmark, is they love princes, they love weddings, they love like those various themes, right? So who is this prince? Why is he coming to the Christmas Eve opening night, right? And what's the story there, right? So, and then again, Noel sounds like, just if we're talking about names, Noel sounds like a male character, right? So, if you make it maybe Noel with like the umlaut thing, right? I think that would really help. Because like, obviously she's deep into the Christmas spirit because she's got the name, she's had it since birth. I just want to know more about, like, again, what's that garden path, right? Similar to what, David Matthew, we were talking about with him. Where is this story taking me, right? Just a little bit more, what's that meet cute, right? What's like, have they been working together for years on this thing? Is it a brand new handyman, right? Because the old guy retired or was sick one day and she's scrambling for it, right? Find that moment that throws them together and she's like, you need to do this now. And he's like, nah, I've got other things to do. I'm taking it easy, taking it slow. And then you've got a thing where she's too high powered, he's too lackadaisical, she needs to learn to chill out, he needs to have more, impetus, with his work, and then they meet each other halfway, right? So that's how you build that love story towards each other. So I think this is a great start. I wanna see and hear more about where the story is gonna wend its way down that garden path.
Awesome notes. Also, question, is the prince going to be a romantic rival or interest for her? Is that part of the story?
Good question. I was just coming up with this last night. So,
well, it's a great start. I mean, that's really a fabulous start from last night. And you did great with the visuals. I love how it's all put together like that. That's a fun one page.
Thank you.
And they're all great questions at the end. I want you to pose more problems at the beginning that's going to complicate those questions later on.
Thank you. That's also helpful.
Yeah. So it's a great start. Just, I want more. All right. I want to see more of it. That's all.
Cool. And that's a good thing to want to see more.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Oh,
okay,
no
have
worries.
fun. Happy, safe travels, and good luck on your exams.
Yeah, good luck on your exams.
Thank you.
Bye. Thank you.
Good luck.
Woohoo.
All right. Who do we have now, Joni? I'm giving it to you.
Okay, I see an Anne Marie Mullane.
That's me.
Hey, hello, Anne Marie.
Okay, so going from the idea of starting with a song. So
okay, cool.
This is called Do You See What I See?
Oh.
And let me just put my glasses on. It'll be easier to read this. Okay. Annabeth McGovern is nationally recognized as an innovative pediatric eye surgeon. Her patients and their families trust her because she is very attentive, insightful, and caring. While she trusts her instincts and skills, every surgery is a tremendous responsibility. Spending Christmas in her small hometown is a welcome rest before speaking at a national conference for eye surgeons in Milwaukee. Brett, an old boyfriend, is glad to have Annabeth at home for Christmas. Their relationship ended poorly, but as director of a school for the visually impaired, Brett hoped that Annabeth could offer advice on how the students could participate in the town's annual Christmas Star Design Contest. It's the crowning event for the town's Christmas festival, which Annabeth won several times. They share high school memories of Mr. Redling's shop class and how he inspired the Christmas Star Design Contest and them. Annabeth visits the school and the students, especially Tiffany, a witty, bright, and insightful girl. Brett tells Annabeth that there's a possibility that Tiffany's sight could be restored, but the family can't afford the services. Annabeth refuses any discussion of Tiffany becoming her patient. The new couple is barely speaking when they assembled the historical display of Christmas stars, including Annabeth's winner. Brett remembers how Mr. Redling went blind the year she won without ever seeing her magnificent entry. Brett, realizing how much Mr. Redling inspired both of them, steals Annabeth's star from the display. He takes Annabeth to Tiffany's house and asks his student to describe the star. Tiffany runs her hand over the tin bumps of the star and describes the intricate design. Annabeth realizes that her teacher did actually see her artwork. With the light of Christmas, Annabeth sees both Brett and her work as an eye surgeon in a whole new light.
Whoa. All right. I'm crying already. I mean, that's going to be a tearjerker. Definitely a tearjerker. You wrote all that since last night?
This afternoon, yeah.
Wow.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I think it's like a lovely story. I would maybe dial back the detail a little bit, right?
Okay.
Because you're sketching out a lot of the story. And I would also, there's a lot about her being a surgeon. And I think it's great to establish her, but the first paragraph is very much about her being an eye surgeon. And I kind of want to feel how does the eye surgeon connect to the work that she does in the design competition, right? Is that something that she did and left behind, or, what's happening? Right. So I want to find, there's obviously the intellectual, powerful, professional self of this character. What is it about her private self that makes her want to be in this design world and competition? So I just want to give her that second dimension that explains to me why she's being called on to do this thing. Does that make sense?
Makes a lot of sense. Yes. Okay.
Right. Because she seems like powerful, right? Capable, right? But I'm not sensing the softness that makes her have she's got a scientist's brain, but has she got the artist's heart? And I'm not sure that's there right now.
Yeah.
And also a question I have is, did they both pick their jobs because of their history and the teacher going blind?
That's what I was leaning towards.
Yeah, that could be very cool. And it was a little confusing on she won't operate on Tiffany, or
yeah,
or you're still figuring that out.
I was still figuring it out. I was kind of like, she was just so as a kid, so disappointed that you know, that she never got to show her favorite teacher. You know, I guess I was there.
Because it seems like that's where it's kind of going to, which would make a really great connection on how their past that they chose was because that teacher was such an influence to them.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And again, just maybe dial back the detail, because you remember, you want to allow that development executive, that producer, to be able to fill in the gaps with their imagination. Right? Okay. The more detail you give, the more chances it is of someone to say no. Right. And a lot of pitching, honestly, is trying to avoid the hard no. Right. Exactly. You want to open that window so that they can fill it with their imagination, and that you're not dictating everything. So whereas like David Matthew was maybe a little bit more of the garden, right? I would maybe say just less of the garden and more of the path from you, if that makes sense.
Okay. All right.
But yeah, I think it's a beautiful, touching story, and I love the way the two things come together, right? Eye surgeon and, like, you know, school for the blind, right? Perfect kismet. I think it's
and perfect title for it, and perfect I mean, you're weaving in different levels of seeing. You know, seeing with your eyes versus also seeing with your heart.
Okay. Okay.
Very lovely. Very, yeah. I'm crying already. The eyes are crying already. That's definitely a Hallmark Hall of Famer.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yay. Okay, James, I think your turn to find.
Oh, yeah. So I just wanted to answer a question from Melissa. It was my error in the typo. Act 5 should have been, it says Act 6 and 7. It should have been Act 5, 6, and 7. So I'm trying to be sort of broader and not too descriptive about it. So there was no separate Act 5 screenshot. They're all folded in. So if you've got Act 6 and 7, then you're good to go. All right, so we're going to the cryptic KSB 57, who I think is a spy. I'm not sure, but I want to hear from you.
Hi, this is Karen. I'm hiding behind my email.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. Karen from last night.
Sorry. And not being technically savvy to do any kind of screen sharing, etc. I hope you can still hear me, because I'm reading now from
You're totally good.
Okay. So the inspiration was, again, the song Grandma Got Run Over by a Reindeer.
Okay, that's right.
Former Olympian Darcy is skiing with her grandmother, who taught her how to ski, when her grandmother loses control and goes off the course onto private land, where she crashes into the home's Santa and reindeer decorations. By the time she stops, it looks like the plastic reindeer ran over her. The reindeer belonged to Finn, who just separated from the Air Force to return home to take over as the town doctor. He provides free medical services to military veterans. His house looks like Joe's Bar and Grill. There are so many lights, and he loves the holidays. Darcy, on the other hand, coaches up-and-coming ski and snowboard talent for the U.S. national team, as well as provides life coaching to groups across the U.S. The only problem is, since her boyfriend broke up with her the previous Christmas Eve, she has no inspiration left for herself and wants nothing to do with Christmas. Finn doesn't want a long-distance relationship. So Finn's grandfather and Darcy's grandmother do all they can to throw Finn and Darcy together, including Darcy's grandmother feigning worse pain and injuries from the skiing accident than she has in reality. The widowed grandparents fall in love during their plotting. As Darcy prepares to embark on another speaking tour, her disagreements with Finn reach a breaking point. As she packs to leave for the airport, one of them will have to bend or it's all over. Is their love strong enough for them to find a middle ground? A little reindeer magic just might make it happen.
That one I can visualize. That one is super fun.
That was great. The only thing I would say is that I would zone in on the meet cute and then reveal his backstory in the next sentence, right? So it's like she crashes into the reindeer, meets this handsome guy, and then like later on you find out he is this, he's got this other life as a town doctor or whatever, right? So how like Anne was talking about how the meet cute's really important. Sketch the meet cute, talk about how the sparks fly, and then get into the backstory and the details. You know what I mean?
Good point. Right? No, I'm hearing you.
Yeah, because you go bam into the reindeer, and then you go bam into his backstory. Stay in that moment, stay in the present tense, and then it turns out so and so, and forgive me, I forget the names, but turns out he's this army doctor back home, blah blah blah, right? So let me have that moment. of the meet cute, and then give me the backstory.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
But
good
otherwise,
points.
all the pieces are right there.
Yeah, and that one's super fun. I mean, super fun. And I love you have the two romances. You know, you got the grandma, you know, and then the other couple. So that's you know, I definitely want to see that one. That one's super fun. Super cute.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Can we get Juliana D'Amico?
You got it right the first time.
There you go, Juliana D'Amico. She's an East Coaster, right? Needs to go to bed because we're all adults.
I hear you.
Here, right?
Yep, got that full-time job that pays my bills.
There you go. So Juliana, please.
I have a screen share, so if you give me a second, I should know how to do this by now. We should have figured this out, but here we go. All right, there we go. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yep, there we go.
Okay, so I have my first title is up on the housetop, but my alternate title is A Home for the Holidays. And the pitch is Nicole Knoll is in a funk. As a jaded real estate developer, she's given up on her dream of restoring old houses and the Christmas spirit. When her boss sends her back to her hometown to scope it out for a client's commercial remodel, she's reluctant to leave New York and head back to small town Rehoboth, Massachusetts. However, with a hefty promotion up for grabs, she quickly changes her tune and packs her bags. Back in Massachusetts, she finds her hometown prepping for the Christmas season. While on a walk through one of the town's historic homes, part of the roof caves in and narrowly misses her. Enter Tom, quite literally, as he falls through the roof. Her old crush is a roofer and architect that helps the town stay intact through restoration. While they argue over the best way to fix the roof before the town's annual mistletoe ball, they soon find that they have more in common than they thought. Together, they start to restore the historic house and even talk about projects they can partner on in the town next year. Sparks fly, but as Tom prepares to admit his feelings, Nicole is called back to the city to deliver her report and hear news of the coveted promotion. Tom is devastated and Nicole faces an ultimatum. Does she build something new with the man who could be the love of her life, or go back to the city and to the home that she knows?
Now that's a great meet cute.
Love it. I think it's great. Like you made him useful. You gave her purpose. I think all those things are fantastic. The one thing that I would do is just say like something about like, it turns out that there's something more than the roof that's a problem, because like you can fix a roof in a weekend.
Yeah.
Right. So just say, you know, the roof falls in, but it turns out that, you know, there's bigger problems in the house and, you know, that kind of thing, just to up the stakes. So there's more of a story to tell. Like we did a Hallmark movie where the main character was like renovating this goddamn gazebo every single scene. And you're like, how long does it take to renovate a gazebo?
The worst part is I think I've seen that movie.
Right? Yeah, right. Just a freaking gazebo all the time. So just one thing, like basically it's like, oh, like it's bigger than the roof, right? There's mold or rot and whatever. It's going to require like a full-fledged restore to get it in, you know, important. And so, you know, they need to get it back in touch with the mistletoe ball. Is that possible? Because the project's bigger than anything that they could have imagined in the first place. That's the only note that I would give.
I love it. Thank you. Thank you so much for.
Now,
Victor
Juliana,
Webster Magic Stocking. Yep, that was mine.
Juliana, are you from Massachusetts?
I'm actually from New York, but funnily enough, the Rehoboth, Massachusetts is a long time ago, like the 1600s. An ancient like ancestor of mine is actually one of the people who founded the town.
Really?
And so we actually did like a little fun trip there and spent some time there because I grew up in New England in the Northeast.
Okay.
But it was one of those places that it's like it screams quaint small town.
Yeah.
And
but you know, it also screams Halloween because it's part of the Bridgewater Triangle.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
So yeah.
And you know what? But that's great biographical detail, right? The secret of screenwriting, as I'm sure Joni can tell you, is about convincing someone of like why the story needs to be told and why you're the one to tell it, right? So in the supplementary, you know, stuff, yeah, this is based on my hometown. I grew up, I know this, I lived this, right? That's all part of it, right? Why are you indispensable to telling this story? That's really important.
And one of the best meet cutes ever.
Yeah, fantastic. Literally like the right men. It's raining men. What can you say? Right? All right. So we're gonna go with Jane and then Andrea, because we've also got some East Coast sleepy time that needs to be happening. So Jane, can you unmute yourself, please?
Thank you. I'm so honored. I really am. Thank you for letting me go. Hi, how are you?
Two thumbs up. Can't wait to hear it.
This has been so much fun.
Yay.
So thank you so much. I'm going to try to share my screen. I am a teacher. I do this too. So let's see.
Yep, there we go.
Okay. So
Nice.
mine is called Christmas Stardust.
Oh, cool title.
So my log line was, when Noelle Lambert decides to go home for Christmas to get her childhood home ready to sell, she expects to fly into town and be gone just as fast. She has no idea the impact that small town memories will have on her heart and those who live in the community she ran away from long ago. So here's my summary. Wannabe star Noelle Lambert left the small town of Snow Hollow, Montana, for the bright lights of Broadway right after she graduated from college 5 years ago with her musical theater degree, hoping to be an overnight success. Except for small parts in the chorus of open and shut productions, she's a struggling actress living in Queens with a roommate while she works full-time as a singing waitress at Ellen's Stardust Diner in the theater district of Manhattan. As a child, her mom would take her to see a Broadway show once a year, and they'd always come here. It was their favorite New York spot. After suffering rejection after rejection, Noelle feels like an outsider in the theater world and is lonely. 3 months ago, her mother died after a long illness and has left the house and her half of the diner she owned with her trusted friend Ivy to her only child, Noelle, who wants neither. Noelle contacts a real estate agent and says she wants to see both properties, sell both properties right after Christmas, and plans to use the money to support herself while she continues to pursue her dream. The real estate agent calls her in New York and tells her she needs to upgrade the electric, bring it up to code before she can put it on the market. This will be a huge expense for Noelle, and she doesn't have the money. She decides to go home for Christmas to see for herself what needs to be done and to meet with the electrician the agent has suggested for the job. The town looks festive, but Noelle is in no mood for Christmas. When she meets with the electrician, Jason Donnelly, she vaguely remembers him from high school when she was a drama geek and he was an accomplished athlete. She asks if he'll do the work and wait to get paid once the house is sold. She offers him free meals at the coffee shop as partial payment for now. Since it's Christmas time, he agrees to help her. Additionally, she meets with Aunt Ivy, co-owner of the diner, and finds out Aunt Ivy will not sell her half of the business. She reminds Noelle that the diner is the hub in town, how important her mother was to the town, and how it's lost without her. Noelle feels a bit lost herself as well, but keeps this to herself. Ivy says as a legacy to her mom, she wants to keep the diner going, so she will buy out Noelle, but she won't be in a position to do so until spring. Until then, Aunt Ivy will continue to run the business, which is music to Noelle's ears. She can get back to New York with no strings attached to this town. She has an upcoming casting call. However, as Christmas nears, Noelle participates in the holiday festivities and sees much of Jason Donnelly as he helps her with more than the new wiring of her home, and electricity sizzles between them. As a result, Noelle is inspired to spark up the Christmas fun at the diner by offering karaoke, having cookie bake contests and swaps. She even pitches a Stardust on Main event to the mayor of the town, who agrees, and all the stores get on board, and Noelle plans the entertainment. Jason's goodness, as well as Ivy's and that of the people of Snow Hollow, fill her with the glow she hasn't felt in a very long time. She feels like she belongs. She even helps out at the diner and decides to be the singing waitress. She decides to create Ellen's Stardust Diner as a lasting legacy to her mom right in Small Hollow. And she comes to realize that what she and everyone in the town needed was the Stardust of Christmas.
Wow. Okay, first, you have a fantastic blueprint for your script. I mean, you have the story completely spelled out, which is awesome. That will help with your writing. But I think it really does need to be streamlined. You have a lot of detail in there that doesn't necessarily need to be in there. So if you could sort of kind of pull pull some of it out and shorten it up, but the story is definitely there. And in the log line, you might want to try to bring in some of those words like the sparkle, spark, and sizzle to show a little bit more of what's going on between the two characters and what the conflict is and how it's resolved.
Okay.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think like all the elements are right there, but remember, a pitch page is like a good short film, right? You get in, you get on with it, and you get out, right? As soon as possible, right? So you want to just like give them enough, right? And then also, why don't Noelle and the handyman, like, why don't they get together? Why don't Noelle and Jason get together, right? I'm not sensing the reason. Like, yes, maybe like, I love the idea that like she was the acting geek and he was the athlete, right? But it seems like they're kind of into each other. What's getting in the way?
Okay.
Right? Like, why aren't they getting together, right? If two people like each other, why shouldn't they just be together? What's the roadblock, right? What's the obstacle they have to overcome to be together in the end?
Okay.
You know, but yeah, I think Joni is spot on, right? All the elements are there. Remember, weave the story, give the garden path, but not too many of the roses on the side of it.
Okay. Yeah, I tend to give too much, I think.
But that's good. That's good for your writing because I mean you have that's your outline. You have it right there to dive into the script.
Yeah, you've got all the elements there. Just streamline it, and I think you're good to go.
Well, thank you. Thank you for your feedback. I appreciate it.
No worries. My pleasure.
Sweet dreams and have fun teaching tomorrow.
Thank you so much. Good night, everybody.
Night.
Thank you again.
No worries. Can we get you to unshare your screen and then we're going to get Andrea on the line.
Hi, everybody. I'm really glad that you were able to talk with me this evening. This whole thing has just been wonderful. So I don't have a wonderful visual because I spent my day teaching composition to freshmen.
Oh, cool.
But I have a little pitch. So here we go. First time I've ever done this. Mine's called Star in the East.
Oh.
Can the Christmas star be a guiding light for love? Francesca grew up in Pearl Beach, a small town on Maryland's eastern shore. She showed an early talent for photography, and rather than go to college, she got a job as a photojournalist with the local newspaper, the Pearl Beach Star. Her reporting partner was the handsome and witty Jacob, who wrote the stories while she took photos. They were often assigned to cover stories together, with Jacob teaching Francesca a lot about journalism and reporting. Although they fought their mutual attraction, one impromptu kiss before the town's Christmas parade set their hearts ablaze. At the parade, Francesca snaps a surprise shot of the United States president, who's making an undercover appearance as Santa Claus. Francesca is first to spot this disguise and takes a gorgeous photo that goes viral, scoring millions of hits. Before she knows it, she's offered a position at a large national daily newspaper in New York. She doesn't think twice. She packs her things and leaves Pearl Beach and Jacob behind. But fate calls Francesca back to Pearl Beach. The next fall, she gets an excited and happy phone call from her childhood best friend, Tanya, who's getting married on short notice at Christmas. Would Francesca come home to be a bridesmaid in Tanya's Christmas wedding? Christmas week, Francesca comes back to town, reunites with Tanya, and bridal planning begins in earnest. She's introduced to Tanya's fiance, Scott, who looks familiar somehow, but Francesca can't quite place him. And then, after a couple of near misses, Francesca is introduced to Scott's best man, his brother, Jacob, her old reporting partner. Sparks fly like a photographer's flash, or maybe the stars on a Christmas tree, but Jacob is still reeling from Francesca's sudden departure. Can these two work together to create a memorable Christmas wedding for Tanya and Scott? And what is in the stars for their own Christmas love?
Ah, wonderful last sentence. Yay.
Thank you.
Yay. Totally sweet.
Is it too much upfront, like background?
What I would say is that Christmas movies don't usually do well with time leaps. like that, like a year later or what have you, right? The first paragraph feels like it's the backstory. The second paragraph feels like it's where the story begins.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right? So you want to set this thing in real time, in the present, right? Doing the thing. You can have flashbacks. I think all the pieces are there, but start the story in the second paragraph and use the first paragraph as like the backstory that informs why the present tense is so problematic.
Okay. Okay.
Does that make sense?
It does. It does. And I thought that as I was like revising it, but I didn't know how to get around it. So I need to play with it some more.
Okay, yeah. So, but
yeah,
I think all those pieces are there, but it's like the photojournalism and the whole thing, right? It's like if the occasion is the wedding and all the feelings that might bubble up because she thought she'd be married by this time and she thought that this guy would be the guy or what have you, that's all living in the present tense. So use the past tense to inform the present conflict, and you've got yourself a golden story.
Definitely, I agree. Now, James, what are your thoughts about it being the president in today's kind of climate?
Well, that was the thing, like the secret undercover president thing. That was like, what is
a little
that?
too weird. Okay.
It's a little weird because like the rest of the story is so grounded, right? What's great about being a writer is that you can set the rules for whatever world you want to build, right? But the caveat is you have to be consistent to those rules, right? So if so-and-so is an undercover whatever, and I kind of like the idea that someone said undercover prince or something, right? That might be a cool thing, but give them a reason, right? So like a throwaway as big of a reach as that is, right? That can't just be a throwaway. That has to be like deeply embedded. Your throwaways have to be minor, but your logic has to be consistent, right? You can write whatever you want, right? And goodness knows we've seen that. But as long as the rules are consistent, right, that's the important part. So for me, the undercover president thing was like, where does that come from? Yeah. If you can build it into the story, great.
I was trying to think of something that she could take a picture of that would go viral in a Christmas situation. And you know, that's the way my mind works. It's just weird.
Oh, no, it's fine. I mean, that's why we're workshopping, right? We're spitballing here. There are no bad ideas, right? So, but just if you can make that moment organic, then it would sell. But right now it comes from a little bit out of left field.
Okay.
Do you think that's right, Joni?
I agree. What stood out with me is that just sadly, so many people are contentious now. And sometimes all you have to say is something president, all of a sudden you get people, you know,
right. You're right.
Going off on you. So if you keep that, like somebody mentioned a prince or maybe like a famous actor, or maybe she catches something that looks magical and there's no explanation for it. Like, was that really a Santa Claus, like flying up there? You know, that looked like a sleigh with reindeer or something.
Yeah, or maybe the love interest is the famous actor and he's come home trying to have like a Christmas on the down low, and she takes a picture, posts it online. Everyone's like, do you realize that's the famous actor? She's like, wait a minute, my former flame is famous? What? Why didn't I hit that when I was young? Right? So like that's the more adult version, right? My wife is like, you know, but I mean, but that could be the hook, right? So if you make it organic, right? If you make the love interest famous, right? Then she can just ingenuously post this shot of her former flame, and she never kept track with him because she's sworn off social media or whatever it is, right? She's been out of the loop because she stayed in the small town. All of a sudden, her former boyfriend is like the big actor. That makes the thing all tie together. I'm not saying it's a good idea. I'm just saying it's a way you could go with it.
Right,
you know?
right. Well,
a lot of good stuff to think about. But you got good stuff to work with.
Great. Well,
Rock
thank you.
But I think it's lovely otherwise. Yeah. We are going to go to Sean Teague next because I know he's eager to present.
Sean, yay!
Or cheat. Sorry, I didn't mean to misgender anybody. Sean, are you there?
Sean, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you? I'm so sorry. I'm having some technical difficulties here. Can you please come back to me?
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, sure. Joni, it's your turn to pick.
Okay.
Thank
how
you,
about
James.
Timothy. Timothy's been patient. Timothy, you there? Yep, there we go.
It's really not a great pitch page, but I want to show you the picture that part of it is an inspiration. It's being bored this summer, not having work. I was on YouTube a lot.
Okay.
The story is called The Friendly
Sorry,
Bee.
Timothy, can I stop you for 1 second? This is the problem with our last pitch. Can you people please stop apologizing?
Yes.
Right?
Good
And
point.
Joni can tell you, you got to walk into that room, you got to be confident as fuck, and you've got to own it, right? So like, you cannot walk in and apologize and say it's a work in progress. This is your story, let someone else critique it, but walk in like you own that joint is what I would say. So please
Definitely.
stop apologizing and just own the damn thing.
Yeah. And also we know that, I mean, this is just our second night. So all these things are really works in progress.
Right.
So and it's all a journey and it's all a good journey. So
Yeah.
definitely what James said.
No critique, but just own it. Don't apologize.
Got it. All right. Yesterday, Joni had an assignment, take a Christmas song and use it as a title for a story. The one I chose is a Burl Ives song that I grew up with from a wee little kid called The Friendly Beasts. So here's the story. Nikki Burns is a successful advertising executive who has a special skill and love for animals, especially the wild ones. Returning to Hollyburg for Christmas vacation, she's looking forward to spending time with her aunt and enjoying the annual Christmas Renaissance Fair that she fondly remembers as a child. Her aunt, Josie Miller, is an animal rescuer who specializes in small exotic animals, especially pet surrenders and fur farm animals that are hurt or sickly. Aunt Josie needs help. The rescue is in need of repairs. The Hollyburg Heaven Rescue Farm may be shut down by the city council if she cannot make the necessary improvements. While in Hollyburg proper, Nikki learns about 3 young foxes that have taken up residence in the garage of Tate Haddad, the local mechanic who himself had just returned from New York, where he had been a hedge fund manager. Disappointed and disillusioned, he just wants to repair cars the way his father and grandfather did, a trade his family had been even back in Syria. Tate has a dislike of foxes because they are mischievous, and one of Aunt Josie's rescues had stolen the engagement ring he was planning to give to Nikki and buried it. Lost forever. It ruined his plans, and then Mickey moved away, and he left soon after that. He wants to return the foxes to the fur farm and be done with them. Nikki knows that would be dire consequences because they did not meet the fur farm standards. Nikki convinces Tate to help. Where will they find room for the 3 new charges? The city council has given Aunt Josie until the end of Renaissance Fair on Christmas Eve to raise the money for improvements and upgrades for the 3 new animals. Nikki and Tate had to plan to sell bonds to improve the rescue. They must convince the townspeople to buy, and they plan to do this at the fair by introducing some of the friendlier animals they care for to the town to meet at the fair. If they succeed, they will have made improvements and gotten the whole town invested in the project and discovered that they were always meant to be together. The picture here is of Michaela Raines, her new husband, Ethan, and one of their foxes, which is also one of her, a personal pet of hers, Finnegan the fox who laughs.
All right. I love that. Finnegan the fox. That's great. That's great.
So
you wrote that just overnight from last night to tonight that you came up with that whole
I wrote
story?
this in about 2-3 hours this afternoon.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely have the whole story there plotted out. I mean, that's a great outline for your writing the script. but it does for the pitch. It wouldn't need to be sort of streamlined a little bit.
Mhm.
A lot
Yeah,
of
I realize it's
detail.
worthy.
Yeah, and I think especially when you introduce like the bonds like 2/3 of the way in, I think it gets a little bit complicated.
I
Right?
see.
So
That idea actually came from the church I belong to.
yeah, no, I think it's a great
When
idea, right?
when they tried to raise funds, they went to the parish members and issued bonds. The members bought bonds to back the building of the church.
Yeah.
So it's an actual thing that happened.
No, I think it's great. It just it prompts sort of a question. It's like, wait, we're talking about bonds now, and so it just
it relates back to him being a hedge fund manager.
No, sure, I understand, right? But it's just like it's one of those like little details that like all of a sudden it kind of comes in. If you're weaving financial stuff in the story through the entire way, that would make sense. But sort of like the announcement of the bond stuff comes a little bit, and then also again it was the same thing. The first paragraph is the past tense, and then you get to the present tense in the second paragraph. So you want to start there with the present tense story, use that first paragraph as character background.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you have it there. What a lot of these pitches are sounding like is you guys are figuring out your story and your script in your mind, which is awesome. But like all that backstory doesn't really need to be in the pitch. Just maybe in a sentence of who the person is, how they get to where they're going, and what the meet cute is.
Yeah, absolutely. 100%. All right, so what we're going to do now is Shea just has a question, and they're going to go to Amalinda. Is that, am I pronouncing that right? Yeah. So get your horse ready, Amalinda. We're ready to go. But Shea has a question. Got a question from Shea, a question from Amanda, and then we'll go to Amalinda. How about that?
Good for you for multitasking. I haven't seen any of the chat, so I'm sorry if I'm missing questions.
No, you're good.
No, I didn't post mine. I just thought I'd ask.
Yeah, sure, go for it.
So yeah, I didn't write my pitch because I was in the middle of doing rewrites for my next novel. So, which kind of ties into my question. I'm as comfortable as a writer ever gets writing blurbs.
I hear you, sister.
And that's why this question was for you, Joni, because you've written both scripts and books. So my question was kind of like, what is really the key difference between a blurb and a pitch? Because they're kind of looking real similar.
Yeah, that's a very good question. Yeah. The blurbs, like when you read like the book descriptions on Amazon, a lot of those are descriptions or pitches that producers, for the most part, from what I've worked with, don't like, because producers like basically the story spelled out as short and quick and cute as possible. Who the person is, how they meet, what's going on, couple key points, what makes it Christmassy if it's Christmas, fun little, tagline at the end, what the questions, and then get out of there. Whereas the Amazon blurbs are a little bit more teasy and
they don't give away a lot.
Yeah, give you the meat, because these producers get hundreds of pitches a week, and so they want to know what's going on in the story as quick as possible, and sort of as maybe cutesy and fun as play of words as possible, and then get out.
So you're not holding back the secrets, if you will. Like you're not holding back necessarily the important bits.
Not during the meat of the story, but at the end it's fun to tease, like, like, will she or won't she, what's going on? I mean,
because we know
it's a
she
holiday
will.
movie, we all know what she's gonna do.
And I'm starting to think I need to write for Ion, not Hallmark, because everything is turning murdery.
Yeah, okay. Just don't expect Hallmark they don't pay.
I mean, they really need to do more cozy mysteries at Christmas. This is all I'm saying.
Oh,
but you know me, everything I write turns murdery. So
oh man, I've tried to pitch a Christmas mystery for like 3 goddamn years, and they're having none of it.
Like Hallmark, if you look at their Facebook page, like there are like long diatribes from people wanting Christmas cozy mysteries.
I know. And same with Christmas movies that have like fantasy and supernatural.
Right. Yeah.
When I was at the Christmas con last year, one of the authors on the panel with me was talking about, she wrote a Christmas romance that was set in a fantasy world. The people basically gave her a standing ovation. It's like, but these please won't say it. And I got to tell you, Shay, it's so great to see you in person. This is our first time like talking.
I
know. I mean, we've been like Facebook buddies for freaking years.
I didn't even know who you were. I didn't even know who you were like when we became Facebook friends. And someone in our CWA, the local romance writers chapter, was like, yeah, she wrote that movie. And I'm like, what? I love that movie.
I know. With the Christmas card or because Deck Miss Hall is still my favorite.
Yeah.
But it's insane.
Yeah, I had no idea.
The love for that movie still it's just insane.
It's amazing. It is.
I mean, there's a fan club for it on Facebook, and they know more about the story than I do. I mean, it's like, oh wait, yeah, I did write that. I mean, I live it every day because that's my husband. Yeah. I mean, that's how I met him. Writing that script. So I mean, I live it every day. But yeah, it's so good to see you. Yeah, sorry everybody. We just this is like old friends week right
now. all good. So we've got a question from Amanda. Then we're going to go to Melinda, and then we're going to answer a couple more questions. So keep those questions coming.
You go, James.
All right.
Amanda, do you want to ask your question, please?
I do want to ask my question. Put my hand down on everything. I first want to give a shout out to Shea. I just dove in today to revisions on my next book, and that's 108,000 words of hot mess. So I feel you on the revision front. I took your feedback from earlier, and I have tweaked my pitch, and I'm ready to move to the next stage. And the next stage, I understand, is to do a beat by beat treatment of what I would write were I to be paid to write it as a script. Should I also do that in present tense? Is that something they're expecting to see in the same language as the pitch? Or do I need to present that a little differently? In what way should I make that next step happen, so that if I were to put that pitch in front of someone and they were to ask me, wait, is there more? I could possibly say yes.
Yeah, you definitely want it to be in present tense. It's in full prose. You want to describe the scenes kind of factually with the emotional tenor, but as Anne was saying, not too much detail, like she's driving a Porsche or she's wearing a polka dot dress or whatever it is it might be. So it's all about moments, emotions, and locations, and everything else just falls away.
Okay, I've written for IP before and have had to turn in a treatment like that to get it approved by the IP owner before I could write the book. So I know that process, but I just wasn't sure if it is different for film, and particularly this super saturated holiday film genre. If there was some very specific blueprint that I needed to be following, or else just have it shoved out the door if it does not follow instructions.
Yeah, no, you're good. It's basically, it's like, imagine it's like a novella's novella, right? Like it's
a novelette.
Yeah, a novelette, like just basically super short, and you're good to go.
Okay.
Now, James, who are you finding who actually wants those? Are we talking just basically Hallmark? Because I've actually never written a 9-act treatment before.
Oh yeah, no, it's Hallmark. I mean, here's the thing, right? And this is a good question that Lee was asking, so it kind of dovetails, right? Anne said that she wants the pitch page and then wants to see the script, right? And it all depends, and it's all a case by case basis, right? So the thing is Hallmark, I don't know of anybody who's ever asked for the treatment if they like the pitch page. If they like the pitch page, they want to see the script. Right, so you're kind of basically the pitch, the treatment is your way of signposting the entire story. Some folks like to do it with post-it notes on the wall, which I recommend highly, because if you write the story beat on the post-it, then you can move them around and say, hey, it shouldn't come here. Oh, Amanda, are you pointing to the wall where you've got your post-its?
Yes, I have the book I'm
revising
right now.
I can't see it. Your arm's cut off, for crying out loud. Yeah, there you go. That's what I'm looking for.
Hashtag professional over here.
Exactly, right? So Post-its are great. So basically the treatment is the way for you to sort of break the skeleton of the story, break it down, see where it works and where all the pieces go. So you don't need to write that treatment page unless someone's been like, hey, I want the script, but we're not going to go to green light until you've got the treatment, right? So like that's basically where the thing lies. I mean, Joni, you're more experienced at this from a writer's standpoint. I'd love to hear your thoughts.
I've never written, well, especially not the, I always outline every script I write, but I don't start out writing the 9-act script. I just write a regular movie script. I've had to, once, like through when I've sold through Mark Vista and MPCA and Ion, they asked me to turn it into 9 acts, but they've all been very willing to read just regular 95 105 page movie scripts that just have the beginning, middle, and end, and then if they like it, they see it, and then I just go and I just turn it into the 9 acts for them. And then I find that way I can submit it everywhere, not just the few places that want the 9 acts, since there are so many places doing content now.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, cool. Absolutely. But definitely insist. I mean, I have a different philosophy than Anne. Like, she's the OG, so I'm gonna bow down to that. But it all depends on what exec you get and whatever, right? I think it's enough to have like, here's my sample that shows that I know how to write this genre, and then here's the pitch, right, that gets me into that world. So even if you don't like this script, I've got this other idea in my back pocket. Remember from yesterday? What else you got? Right? So if you can show that you have that club in your bag, and you don't like that one, or you're not saying yes because you've got some other reason for it, then you can go and say, hey, I've got this other idea, but I still have the chops.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I've got 2 that are the one that you heard tonight, and another one that's a lesbian rom-com at Christmas, that I think I'm not going to try to go into any meetings until I have both of them ready, so that depending on who wants to hear what, but wait, there's more.
And it's the economic principle of the moral hazard, right? Like, the cost is borne by the person who has to deal with it the most, right? So you have to figure out, do I want to spec things out? I hated that I never got to pay writers guild wages because we couldn't afford it, right? Like, as soon as you were in the guild, I couldn't afford you as a writer. So that's just what happened with the movies, right? But I always hated, like, I believe in unions. I'm a strong leftist. I'm making no apologies about that. I want writers to get paid for their work. And so they say, hey, I like this idea. Have you written the script yet? And you're like, no, because pay me. F you, pay me.
I'm a SAG-AFTRA and an SFWA member. I feel you on that.
Okay.
Right? So there you go.
See, I love writing on spec. So I write on spec. I mean, I have scripts I've written that nobody's ever seen before, but I had such a great time. That's my crack. I'm a specs head instead of a meth head.
There you go. Right?
There is a love or money balance there, right? If you love what you're doing, then it's easier to do it without getting paid.
And then, and what I'm finding is some of the stuff I've written, I was finding a new life. Like the 2 that I have on Ion this year, one last Sunday, one this coming Sunday, I wrote those scripts like 10 plus years ago, and I couldn't get them. They had no home because they didn't fit the very strict Hallmark format. So now I'm like polishing off all these other scripts and scripts that had a lot more diversity and a lot more kind of, progressive kind of storylines. That's like, whoa, okay, I got homes for them now. So
cool. Thank you.
No
so there's always hope for your content.
All right. And Melinda, have you been warming up your vocal cords? Doing your ring and loft, your link letter technique? All right, unmute. Give us your pitch. I can't. There
Okay.
you go.
Yay!
Hi, thank you guys so much for being here. This is amazing. I have a question and then I have a pitch. Is it okay if I ask a really quick question?
Yeah, you got the stage.
Go for it.
Okay, all right, I'll be fast. So I did a little development before COVID, And I was just wondering, when I would do a pitch deck, it would be more of like a snapshot, and I had to do character descriptions, I had to do the synopsis, I had to have the format, the genre, you know, all of that kind of stuff involved on. I'm wondering, do you have to do that for something that you want to go to Hallmark? No, just, okay, good.
All right, well, and one question, pitch deck, that's awesome. I'm glad you said that, because what I'm finding, and you know, some of the pitches that I'm doing, some of the pitches my manager are doing for me, producers and stuff are saying, oh yeah, do you have a pitch deck? Because that seems to be like the new thing in Hollywood, is everybody wants to see the visuals. You know,
I did an amazing pitch deck for an original 1 hour for a producer.
Okay.
Amazing. Amy Powell, who's over at Brillstein, said this is like incredible. I wrote it. And I think, you know, I lost my job because of COVID. My daughter had to stay home. And it gave me the confidence, be confident as fuck. You suddenly like get the confidence like, hey, I can do this. And a million years ago, I was offered to get staffed up on a show by UTA, but I said no, because my son was only a year old at the time. And I couldn't fathom spending hours and hours in the writer's room. But I'm trying it again, and I'm really nervous, and I'm really excited, but I'm trying to write again. So, okay.
Cool. Well, you got great energy, and go for the pitch.
What I would
say,
fun.
Melinda, what you're talking about is more the realm of like the TV Bible, right? When you're like writing out every character and where they go and that kind of thing. So like, you don't need to be that in detail, right? Like I've pitched a whole bunch to like Netflix, Amazon, like, you know, WGN America when it was still like in existence, like Cinemax and whatever. They ask for that, like if they like the show and they want to know about the characters. And that's a TV Bible thing as opposed to like a film thing, right?
Okay,
like,
okay.
As long as you have the main story and direction, the depth of the characters counts more for the ongoing TV series stuff, as opposed to like feature films or movies of the week like Hallmark does.
That totally makes sense. But you would still encourage maybe a pitch deck and maybe do like, I use Keynote, for example, maybe do a slide for each act. Just do a quick little 9 slide.
Well, no, I mean, because like they're gonna read the pitch deck kind of in a vacuum, right? Like in Hallmark and most of this world, you rarely ever pitch like in person. If it's a big feature film, you absolutely go in for the 20-minute pitch and the whole thing, right? So, right, in the Hallmark space, they read the 1-pager, they ask for the writing sample, and then you're good to go. It's like and now that, I mean, everyone's pitching on Zoom now because no one wants to be in person because of COVID. So like the whole pitching environment changed. So don't worry about that too much.
Okay, good. So I was maybe overly confident, but I went ahead and tried to do a 3-movie.
You go, girl.
I wanted to do kind of like Marvel Universe. I wanted to have these characters that could overlap and be in, you know, several movies. So I already wrote the fall script completely. That one's completely done. And I think I did a pretty good job on that. So now the next one is set at Christmas time. And so I wrote the log line for it, and I tried to add a little bit to make it more like a full pitch, but it's not quite a blurb, and it's a little bit more than a log line. So I just wanted to preface by saying that really fast. Okay. So I gotta use my glasses. Country music star Hayley Winters has everything to look forward to this Christmas: her impending engagement, a new holiday album, and a countrywide tour, until she discovers she is still married to her high school sweetheart. Now, instead of skiing in glamorous Aspen, she must persuade her ex to give her a divorce. James Ferguson, located in Savannah, Georgia, is a very successful veterinarian, and despite his landlord threatening his pet shelter, he's prepping for the big annual Christmas fundraiser for his shelter when Hayley shows up. Together, they end up saving his shelter and their relationship. So that's the full logline blurb. my husband worked with a composer, a film composer, so he was going to create some original music for it. And we wanted to maybe try and get some sort of country music star involved so that they could maybe contribute as well.
Oh, well, Alicia Witt is a singer. I mean, because the female, she's a singer, right? That's a very Sweet Home Alabama storyline.
Yes.
Yes.
I know
Hallmark really likes to take storylines that are popular and kind of revamp them for the holidays.
Yes. I'm sort of adding my ex-husband was in that movie. And so
he was?
You know what? I'm gonna add a little zhuzh here and make it for Hallmark instead.
Yeah. So now I'm curious about the three. Oh, sorry. I see James wants to add in, but before,
no, you're good.
Okay. I'm curious about how do the three stories fit? Like, what's the first story? Are they like three sisters or brothers, or what's the world you're building?
They're not related. They're friends. They're all friends. In the first story, it's about, I don't have my log line right here. Okay. I should have it, but it's about a girl who is an up and coming designer in New York City, and everything is going great for her until her mother has to go into the hospital with a minor stroke. She goes back home to take care of her mom and has to take a break from, obviously, the New York life. And she finds out that the doctor that's caring for her mom is also her old best friend from high school, and they end up falling in love. It's he's a man, but Okay.
So does the town tie your stories together, or?
So Haley comes in at the very end of the story. So as the grand gesture, she flies from New York. My heroine from the first script, flies to New York flies from New York back to Vermont to where her mom is, and to show up to marry her doctor, I guess, to get the big kiss at the end. And so Haley comes in and she flies her in the private jet. She's a client of Mari, the fashion designer.
Okay.
And then the third script is Haley, again, sort of bonds the two, but then the secondary characters also come into play. So it's all very hard to explain.
Okay.
I guess I should get that all figured out.
I think all the story elements are there. The difficulty is, given sort of the small C conservative values of Hallmark, that foregrounding a divorce in that way gets a bit difficult. Right. Yeah. So like, remember how yesterday we talked about they preferred dead spouses over divorced spouses?
Yes.
So I don't know how to massage that part of the story, but it's just, if the divorce part comes later on, I get it. And that might make it softer. But given the fact that you're leading in the first paragraph with like the divorce as like kind of the event, and then Frank is saying like comedy is a remarriage, right? Great trope, right, in Western literature, and they're getting there eventually, but like leading on the front foot with the divorce gets a little bit problematic sometimes. So if you can like talk about that later, that might help you.
For Hallmark, but go for Lifetime.
Yeah, for Hallmark,
if you package it for as 3 movies with 3 strong female leads, you bring in 3 female directors, you make it like a female-centric package. That could.
Do you think Lifetime would do a fall movie? Because I felt like they only do Christmas.
That's a good question. See, too bad Anne wasn't here because she has more Lifetime experience.
Yeah, I mean, I've met with a couple of Lifetime execs. They're always looking to kind of eat Hallmark's lunch wherever they can, so they could be convinced, right? Because it's like a good money spinner for them. So Hallmark proved that it can be a good business model. So, it's not out of the realm of possibility. But yeah, Lifetime is probably the place to go with it, right? As opposed to some of the more conservative networks.
Excellent. Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Have fun,
you go, girl.
Thank you.
All right, so we're gonna go Courtney and then Sean, because we've got some East Coastness that needs to go to bed.
Yeah, I might be one of them too.
All good.
You're gonna go on all night there, James.
Yeah, right. Well, I think we got like maybe half an hour to go at the very most.
Okay. All right. I can wing it till midnight.
All right. Awesome, Joni. You're a champ. All right. So Courtney, let's hear from you.
Thank you. Thank you guys.
Hey, Courtney.
So my story, hold on, I just lost it. There we go. So mine was inspired by the song Under My Tree by NSYNC. As an older millennial, I love that song. So I'm just going to jump into it.
Okay.
Lori Bardot demanded the most from her life in all aspects: job, hobbies, giving, and relationships. The only thing she continued to fail at was a romantic relationship. Would this Christmas season give her something different? Working with foster children's charity with her close friend Jennifer and her husband Josh, they were filling backpacks with school supplies and wrapping gifts when Nathan Rivers walked in. Nathan had created the charity after he graduated from law school, knowing firsthand how these children felt. Lori assumed that Nathan was just a figurehead now that the charity was one of the most celebrated in the country, but before she knew it, they had selected the same box of Legos under the tree. She looked into the gray blue eyes of a strong, classically handsome face and immediately dropped the Legos. Nathan knew that he should be completing the file collection on his case he was working on, but pushed aside to come to work for the charity. Knowing he needed the holiday spirit just as much as the kids, he dove into wrapping gifts. He did not intend to meet the blue-eyed, dark-haired dark auburn-haired beauty. Will they serendipitously find love under the tree, or will their perfectionist lifestyles fail them again this holiday season?
Oh, nice.
Oh, lovely.
Love the charity element.
Yeah, no, I think that's great. I sort of want to know a little bit more about the backstory, right?
Okay.
Like they clearly are into each other at love's first sight. I remember we talked about what's keeping them apart.
Okay.
Right? Like in this day and age, you like someone, you meet them, you do what you do, right? Like what is the thing that's keeping them at arm's length? That's the major question that I have.
Yeah. Yep. And also what I found in some of the pitches that I do is that producers tend to stay away from physical descriptions. So I don't think you need the blue-eyed or the handsome, maybe descriptions that show who they are as people versus looks, because they don't want, they don't want to sort of have the casting, because that kind of, they want to be able to, the producers want to be able to think of the casting themselves, not have it be like the physical descriptions in the pitches.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Yeah, thanks for that, Joni. Yeah, but I think otherwise all the elements are there.
Yeah, definitely. Great charity. Very cool.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
And NSYNC, aren't they, I'm a little too old for that group, but they're actors now, right? You could get one of them done.
I think one of them is, I think I've seen.
I think it's just Timberlake, right? The rest of them, I don't know.
Oh, okay. All right.
Well, no, My Big Fat Greek Wedding had Joey Fatone in it.
Okay.
So.
There you go. Yeah. They sing Lance Bass or Joey Fatone. They need the money. They got to make the appearance. Right? All right. We're going to go with Sean next.
Hi, James. Hi, Joni. Thank you so
back.
much.
Yay.
Sorry, you got to see my lack of computer skills in real time there.
I'm right with you, buddy.
Thank you, guys. This is what we talked about yesterday. It's based on the line, If the Fates Allow, the title, the World War II romance. And it's Trevor Collins, 22, who is like most young men in 1943, ready to fight and die for his country. But is he ready for love?
Oh.
While on leave at Christmas time, Trevor meets Gwendolyn, 25, a British doctor who is considered the bravest and most talented healer on the war front. When Trevor refuses a mandatory shot over his fear of needles, it is Gwen who convinces him to comply and makes her point stick, literally. Afterwards, a shared meal in the mess tent leads to a 2-week whirlwind romance. Both Trevor and Gwen realize they are in love. Trevor proposes, but Gwen fears the realities of war could end their dream before it even truly blossoms. After this bombshell, Trevor is sent back to the front, and it seems his life with Gwen may have been just a dream. Fate steps in when he is wounded and wakes up in the care of Gwen in a quaint European town. Now, Trevor convinces Gwen that love is rare and should be indulged. no matter how long or how short it lasts. And the two decide to marry. The entire town supports the Christmas-themed wedding as a thankful distraction to the war. But as the ceremony is taking place, a German platoon overtakes the town. With no weapons or backup, Gwen comes up with a plan to disarm the soldiers, trading guns for candy canes. Dressed as Santa and her elf, Gwen and Trevor treat the soldiers to an old-fashioned Christmas. After Gwen saves a wounded German soldier, the spirit of the season transcends battle lines and fills the soldiers with compassion and humanity. They trade gifts, and one of the German soldiers, who is a priest, officiates the wedding. Love survives, and so does the town, as the German platoon leaves the quaint European town just as they found it.
I want to see that movie.
Hey, Sean.
I want to see that movie. I love that. I love that. I'm partial to World War II because my dad was a medic in World War II. But that, Sean, beautifully written, beautiful.
Yeah, I mean,
that's definitely not Hallmark. That's definitely a big
it
budget.
definitely deserves to be told in a much more expensive environment, you know, right?
Gotcha.
Like, because period is hard.
Yeah.
Right, because it's very expensive. You have to deal with costumes and cars and finding buildings that you can stage. But I think all the pieces are absolutely there for like some kind of prestige network.
Oh yeah,
Absolutely.
that's like an Oscar movie. All right, have you started to write it? Because I'm going to be with you there, Sean. We're friends on Facebook, right? I'm going to be dogging you on this one.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. And James, thank you, because I just love World War II stories. I just love them. And so I see what you mean about the budget, though. Yeah.
And that's one of the first things I had to think about as a producer. Like, I had to find $10,000 in a budget one time because we couldn't find an Amish, buggy, horse and buggy. Right? Like, honestly, like we were filming in Alberta and we couldn't find one in the province of Alberta for love or money. So we had to get one from North Dakota, but that meant we were $10,000 over budget. So I had to cut 10 grand from the script. So money is always about thinking about on the page, right?
So true.
Gotcha. Wow.
Gotcha. Yeah. That's definitely not Hallmark. Let's go big.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so where are we at right now? We got 23 minutes. Does anybody have any burning questions they want to ask? Because like, I think we want to do like a rapid fire thing of like any broader questions before pitches. Does that sound good to you, Joni?
Sounds like a plan. Woohoo!
All right, awesome. So Jen Griffith has a question, and then Patricia has a question. Jen Griffith, are you there? Are you here?
Calling Jen.
All right, we're going with Patricia, and then we are going with, go ahead, Patricia, please.
Oh, somebody's speaking.
Oh, Jen is there, and she's magenta.
Magenta Jen. Say that.
Right, magenta Jen, and then Patricia.
Yeah, my video is dead. DOA. So yeah, my question is more about just how, it's about novelization. Who do I go to see about making my novel into a Hallmark movie? I've written about 40 Hallmarky novels, and I'm pretty sure a lot of the other people who are participating here were in the same boat. They were interested in finding somebody to adapt. And I mean, I've written some screenplays, and it's not my favorite thing to write. So I would really rather write a novel. I can do it quickly and I can pump them out and it's really fun. But what's my best option for finding someone to adapt? And yeah.
Oh, hell, I'll adapt for you. I love adapting novels.
Oh, well, bless your heart.
But that's a kind of a long question. Reach out to me. I could probably go more in depth conversation with you on a night that it's not almost midnight on that. And all your books are on Amazon, right?
Yes. yes.
Okay, under what's your full name? Is it like Jennifer Griffith or just Jen Griffith?
Yes, it's Jennifer Griffith.
Okay, on Amazon?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'll go first thing in the morning. I'll go to Amazon. I'll read over all your books, and then let's connect, because I might be able to say, hey, I know a producer who's looking for so and so, and this book might be a good fit for them, kind of a thing.
Okay, that'd be wonderful. And then I'd like to share whatever you share with me with my little community of clean romance writers. We are all kind of Hallmark centric, so I'd like to be able to pass that on. Is it best to connect with you on Facebook, or is there, what's best?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I'm definitely on Facebook under Joni Kane. I'm also active in the story group, and then on that page I shared with you guys, my website, there's also connect on there that you could reach out to me from my new website. Woohoo!
Woohoo! Congrats on the new website.
Baby.
Yeah.
Okay.
And to build on that, Jen, you might want to try to look up a producer, Maura Dunbar, Dunbar, is my former boss. She was my boss at Odyssey Network / Engage Entertainment. And she's opened her own shingle called Mad Dog Productions. And she's really great in this space, because like most of the stuff that we brought to Hallmark were Christian romance novels, right? Like from Thomas Nelson Zondervan, right? And HarperCollins Faith and all that kind of stuff. So kind of in that clean world and environment. And she has found a really great audience with Hallmark to basically take these novels, drain the Jesus, and make them like nice romance movies, right? So I don't have her contact information anymore because she's like got a new shingle, but Maura Dunbar, Mad Dog Productions, she made her bread and butter doing that for like a decade, and she's a great person to talk to as well.
Great. And can I drop your name?
That's a very good question. I'm not sure how she feels about me these days, and so I can be honest, because it's Story Summit After Dark,
yeah,
right?
Exactly.
So, so
yes.
but she's really great in that space, right? She's a lesbian Christian with a swearing problem is the way she describes herself, right? And she's very good at what she does, but let's just leave that as it is, okay?
Super. Thank you very much. Really, really appreciate you all. Thanks.
All right, looking forward to connecting with you, Jen.
All
Super,
right,
thank you.
And then who else did we have for questions? Who did I say was after Jen? Oh yeah, Patricia, there you go.
Hi, everybody. So nice to
Hello,
see
Patricia.
you. I just really want to quickly say that I'm a cookbook author. I have 3 cookbooks out and 1 self-help. So, and I never in a million years thought I would be published. And I did it in my profession since 1998. So anybody out there, I know we're down to slim pickings here, but just, I want to tell everybody that just keep hanging in there and keep at it. I can't emphasize that enough, because I feel that way. But I really, my question is there a limit as to characters? I love the World War II guy's story. I want to do time travel. I have so many stories flying out of my head. And so what I end up doing is writing like a bunch of short stories kind of tied into the town or the theme. I sound all over the place, but I think you guys know I'm in a new area here, and I'm really thinking I should do
what's
short
the rule
stories.
about apologizing?
Exactly.
Yeah, no more apologizing. Right. There's too many people, for one book. So I will do short stories. So my question to you is, in a novel, I'm not a Hallmark. After the last 2 nights, I'm definitely not a fit for that. But is there a limit? I mean, you look at some of these, like, remember LA Stories?
Yep.
And have you seen Modern Love?
Yep.
Okay. That's the type of, I love that kind of thing.
Or like Love Actually,
Love Actually, yes, exactly. Yeah. So that's obviously not going to fit Hallmark now that I've learned what I learned. But is there a limit as to how many characters you got? Is there like an unspoken?
It depends on the budget of the movie. I mean, because every character you have to pay, right. Especially if they have speaking roles. What about turning your ideas into a limited series? Those are big at streamers and different other outlets.
Great idea.
Yeah, I would say 10's probably the max.
Okay.
Right, and you got to think about a script as real estate. Right, this is a freaking metaphor, right? Like, however many square feet you give to the kitchen is however many less square feet you have to give to the living room, right? So if you think of every script, every character, every page is real estate, every scene in a movie either has to be advancing plot or advancing character,
Right.
or it does both, right? The best
Okay.
scenes do both, right? So you got to think about how much real estate can I give to this person? Is it a page? Does it need to be a different character? Because as Joni's saying, if you hire a second actor, then that's less money in my budget, right?
Right.
I talk about this all the time about writing practically, right? So can you combine two characters into one? Can you do like Rosencrantz? I mean, I love Shakespeare. So can like
Yes.
Rosencrantz and Guildenstern don't need to be two characters. They're basically one person,
Right.
Yeah. Can they be one, right? So think about that. So I think
Excellent suggestion. Mhm.
yeah. So 10 is about the most, and you
Okay.
got to figure out why is this character important? Are they a plot device? Are they an actual, like, are they moving emotion forward, right? Think about like real estate of how much you've got in the script and how much room can you give to the second bathroom.
Yeah. Yeah, and what's the purpose of the story? Is it an ensemble story like a Love Actually, or if it's like a romance, then you don't really want all those extra characters. And also keep in mind the readers, because so many, all the readers in Hollywood are bombarded with pitches and scripts to read. And if they're reading a script that all of a sudden the first 10 pages, you're introducing 20 characters, they're not going to know who, they'll probably just say, skip it. And that's one that would probably go in the no pile.
I can't stand reading books like that either when there's just too much going on. But what's coming down is the extraordinary amount of coincidences in our lives and how we're also connected in ways and the older you get, the more you realize that there are no coincidences.
Yeah.
And that's really the central theme of the stories that I write.
Yeah. But,
wonderful.
And there are great stories about like Magnolia or Babel,
Yes,
right?
exactly.
Like those are all stories
Exactly.
about that. So if the story warrants it, right? I always talk about there are horses for courses, right? People, there's a horse that can run the Kentucky Derby or the Belmont Stakes, but usually not both, right? Because they're different lengths. So like every movie requires something different, right? And so it's all about like, if that's the theme of the movie, then go nuts with all the characters. But if it's about a straight ahead story, think about how few characters can you get away with so we can save money on the budget and make the thing streamlined.
Exactly.
So I think I have to clarify the story is what you're telling me.
Yeah, definitely.
Right.
But if you do think it warrants an ensemble thing, a good thing to do is go online and download as many of those scripts as possible, like the Love Actuallys and the Babel, and read them and see how those screenwriters introduce the characters and how they intertwine the stories or the storylines of the different characters.
Yeah, Robert Altman's Shortcuts, right?
Yeah.
Great example.
Yes,
too,
yes.
Right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
And lastly, my last book is a self-help book on aging well. And I have an urgency to tell these stories of people. You're talking about World War II. There's the Vietnam veterans. There's the boomers now that are in their 70s, and they're the seniors. They're the elders now. And I'm not saying that's my total target market, but I'm what's called, have you guys heard about this? The Generation Joneses?
No.
It's the tail end of the baby boomers, and there's a truckload. If you get on, you cannot believe the truckload of information that this generation is being studied. And it's the last 5 years of the baby boomers. So I was born in 1960. So it's 1956 to 1964. They're no longer considered baby boomers. It's an entity onto its own.
Wow.
So that's where I'm going with this, is the stories of our lives. Now we're in our 50s and our 60s, like, wow, the connections. But thank you for listening.
Yeah.
That
Sounds like a limited series to me. That would be an
yes.
awesome
Yeah,
limited
that's
series.
exactly what I'm thinking. I'm formulating. And
All
I'll try to be in touch on Facebook and Story Summit.
Okay, sounds good. Like an anthology limited series. would be
Yes,
good.
yes, exactly. Yeah.
Excellent.
Okay.
So we got a
Thank you
question
so
from-
much, guys. Have a happy holidays.
No worries. Thanks,
Night.
Natasha.
Thank
We
you.
got a question from Rana. I'm probably gonna get this wrong.
It's Rana.
Hi, Rana.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah, you're good.
Hi, sorry, my video is not working. First, I just wanted to say Christmas Kiss is probably the reason why I watch Hallmark movies. Every time I get in an elevator, I look around and see if there's a hot guy just in case it starts to drop. So just wanted to let you know that.
And that was Deckmas Hall.
I love that title.
Yeah, that started out on Ion, and it's become like a movie slot, and it's been like on every channel. And I was in Guild, so I don't get residuals.
Well, it's my favorite.
Yeah,
my question, it's about another movie that I wrote. It's not about the one that I was going to pitch, but when we're talking about diversity and stuff now in films more, does that ever apply in making a character that's a plus size character as a lead?
That's a great question. I think we need more of those. And
yeah,
I don't know James would probably know more from that angle.
I really don't want to be pessimistic, but there is a Hallmark type, right?
Right.
And it's just, I mean, I think under Wanya, I think there could be something like that, right? I don't think it could have existed under Bill Abbott, but only time will tell. I mean, this is one of the things that I hate, right? It's like when scripts describe women as like gorgeous, and like that is not a character trait.
No,
that is not a fucking thing. It's like everyone in Hollywood's gorgeous. How does that make you any different?
Yeah.
Sorry,
right.
My little rant, right? So I mean, it's just right. It's just so dumb. So, but I think that the difficulty is with Hallmark, it's about wish fulfillment and fantasy and escapism. And
right.
So we've narrowed these things down to such small bullshit categories that we can't look outside those walls, So yeah, I mean, hopefully someday, I don't know that they're ready right now. But then again, what Drop Dead Diva on Lifetime, right? A friend of mine wrote for that show, right? She was a plus size character, balls as big as brass, right? And like able to do her thing. So I think it's possible to be there, but it's just like, there's as Anne talked about, there's a casting roadblock, right? I would try to find good actors who were like relatively handsome, and they went with like the dumbest, most wooden handsome actor.
Right.
So it's just like there are so many hurdles at so many different points, right? That I wish. I'm not overly optimistic, and I'm sorry about that.
Definitely not Hallmark, but I think you'd have more luck with streamers or reaching out to an actress who is plus size, because there are plus size actresses who, the Melissa McCarthy's, and who is that one in Pitch Perfect, the blonde? I'm blanking on her name.
Rebel Wilson.
Wilson, but she felt pressured to lose a whole bunch of weight, and now
right.
she's like, and everyone's criticizing her for that. So women can't have it both ways, right? Like,
that happened with Sarah Rue as well.
Oh yeah.
Right.
But
that.
I mean, the script I had, like I said, for that, it's not necessarily a Hallmark script anyway. I was just kind of curious in that lane, if that is ever something they look at as diversity.
The romance novel industry is really good about having stories with diverse characters in all forms of diversity, not just cultural or religious, but also in what women look like. And they're more representative of who we are, because we're not all, lovely Hollywood, plastic surgeon, bodies and people. So think of maybe turning it into a novel and releasing your story that way.
Yeah. And as I said last night, as Joni so many times, Hallmark is not the be all and end all.
Right.
Quite frankly, it's a very narrow place to be, and they're getting better, right? But if you can find a way to work anywhere else, I wholeheartedly recommend it, right? And we can say this because there's only 65 of us, and it's after.
Exactly. I did all that.
Yeah. And I had some success at Pitch Fest pitching it as a project on that one. So, I mean, I know that there can be a market for it, and that it isn't Hallmark for that, but I was just kind of curious, like I said, under diversity. Do I have time to pitch mine really quick, or are we done with that?
I think we're going to do rapid fire questions. So,
okay.
But yeah, thanks, Rana. Appreciate the questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night. Thanks.
You too. Sweet dreams.
All right, 5 minutes left. Who's got a burning question? All right, Brandy, and then we'll go Donna.
Hello. Oh my
Hello,
goodness, I'm so
hello.
glad I made it. So I have the pitch that I have is really like the whole birth of this project is based on a 3-film vision. Okay. And I've already written the books. I have done absolutely squat with them. My writing is like my little paper children. I think I'm just afraid of anybody being mean to them or something.
Oh,
So,
yeah.
I totally took the leap of faith on this class, and I was like, you know what? It's go time. We're just going to jump in and do this.
Good for you.
And so my question for you guys is when you have a story, which the first story in this 3-part series is a holiday themed story, but there's also 2 other characters that happen to be the best friends / confidants of the protagonist. And the other 2 stories are those 2 individuals finding love, kind of like their own storyline. So my question for you is, when you're presenting a pitch like this for the first time, do you make mention of the fact that your vision is like as a 3-part series, or do you just lead in with the one and be thankful for the foot in the door? I mean, what does that look like?
Very good question. I think it depends on who you're pitching to. Each story is a standalone, right? Because sometimes people, Hollywood's all about saying no. So, so starting with one is good, but having the others there too to say, all right, well, I have this really great idea. This is what happens. This is a story. These are who they are. And if you like this and you like this world, I got these 2 stories here too. It's a 3-parter. So maybe going in that way. TV movies, I don't think they like to commit so much to more than one at once.
Right.
But James would probably have more of.
Yeah, I think that's right. It's difficult. Like, we tried for 4 years to get to do a wheel of movies, which is how Hallmark puts it. And they were just super risk averse. So they it's better to go one by one for Hallmark. Other places can think more of a bigger deal. But yeah, it's just like the Hallmark kind of lacks that imagination. They're kind of risk averse in that way, unless it's based on a big property, like the Aurora Tea Garden Mysteries, right? Is based on like a whole series of books and stuff. So that's a more of a proven commodity. But yeah, but like, it's best to go with that one movie and make that one movie as strong as possible, and then go from there once you get that first one done.
And also think about turning them into novels.
Yeah, they're novels already.
Oh, all right.
I never had this grand idea of writing a book for a movie or a book for television. It started as a passion project.
Okay.
Writing has just been my salvation through a lot of things since I was a kid. And the passing of my grandmother, who I call Gram, she's my person, that was really kind of my moment where I realized that this was so much bigger than a hobby and so much bigger than a habit or a coping mechanism, but in fact, just something that I really love. And I love stories, and I think that I have a story to tell and share.
Yes.
And so that's kind of where I'm at.
Now, are you published?
I'm not.
Not yet.
No,
Okay.
I'm
All right.
not
Well,
yet.
keep us informed on that. So I'll be one-clicking you.
For sure. Thank you.
All right. So who's going to bring it home? Who's our last question? Donna, I think that's what we said, right? Is that right? Am I making things up? I have no idea anymore. It's a fugue state.
Me?
Yeah, Donna, bring it home.
Are there any companies that specialize in the non-Christmas Hallmark world?
There are tons of companies.
Well, yeah, but
no. I mean, like we talked about. I know that like Anne's a bit more skeptical about it than I am, right? But here, let me just share something with you, right? Here's a company, like the company I was talking about, Muse. They literally worked down the street, like down the office block from us, right at Moore Park and Coldwater Canyon Boulevard in Los Angeles, right? And so I'm going to share my screen, and like honestly, this is the thing that you do, right? This is how you do the research. You find out who made the Aurora Tea Garden movies. You find out its muse, and you go here. And for instance, I know for a fact that Megan Mathis, who I talked to many times, she develops movies for Hallmark. That's her main gig, right? Lydia Story, who I also know, she does TV, right? You can't drop my name because like that would just be sort of out of bounds, right? But I know that Megan Mathis, right, Vice President Development, right? She's been doing it for 5 years, right? She's relatively young, as you can see from the picture. Go find that person, right? And talk to
and she's
that
a
person.
sweetheart. She, I've pitched her. I do, done cold pitches, and they answer.
Yeah, and the answer. So there's even though Motion Picture Corporation of America, Brad Kervoy is a bit of a shark, right? I'm not gonna lie, but find like the lower executive at that company. So here's how you do your research. You go to IMDb, you find the Hallmark movies, you find the company that makes it, go to LinkedIn and find the junior executive. So you want to look for your director of development, your coordinator of development, your manager of development, maybe a VP of development. SVP is maybe a bit high, right? But you go to those companies, you find the younger person, send them a LinkedIn. All they can do is say no or not respond, right? And what you do is you say, hi, I'm I'm an unproduced writer. I have a great script. I think would be great for your company. Right? Would you read it? And then you can offer, look, I'll sign an NDA, I'll sign an agreement that says like when we had stuff come over the transom, we would say, look, here's just your basic NDA, meaning that if we don't make the movie, we make something similar, you can't sue us, right? Because that's what people are afraid of. But honestly, go to those companies, look for the people, then find a junior executive because they want to prove themselves, right? Like when I was a director of development, if I sold 1 movie a year, my salary was covered, right? I would sell 3 in a year and then I'm a rock star, right? So that's just, I don't know about that, right? But you see, so find that thing that a younger person can get invested in. The best thing as a development executive, you want to find that thing you can shout from the rooftops. Oh my God, I fucking love this. You have to make it. And I'm going to shake you by the lapel until you agree with me. I'm going to bug the crap out of you until you say yes, right? So find those people, find those young managers, those young agents who haven't made it yet. Look at those companies like Macro Management or, all those smaller, look for small boutique management companies that work in that space. It requires a bit of research and reverse engineering, and it's not easy. I will totally grant you, but that's how you do it, right? Agents might not read, managers might not read, but we always found and you can't pitch to Hallmark directly, but you can pitch through my former company, which no longer exists, right? I left and now it's closed. So lessons, right? Just kidding. I'm just kidding, right? But but there are various companies like Muse, MPCA, all those other people that are making these things all the time. If you can get in with that company, they will go to bat for you, and now you're in through the back door Trojan horse, right? So that's what you do.
Also, just make sure you're as kind of polite and gracious as possible. You want to get in with your pitch and get out. These people are pitched countless pitches day in and day out. They don't want to say, hey, I did this and, I'm with this and I have my family doing this and, I came about to writing this. They just want to, elevator pitch as short as possible, as gracious. Thank them for their time. They don't care where you live. They don't care if you won an award, really, unless you placed in Nichols, won Nichols or something, a major screenwriting award. So just, quick in, quick out. Gracious and appreciative.
Yeah, hone that log line, because that'll help you get in the door, right? Everything is a break point. Log line is a break point. Pitch page is a break point. Treatment is a break point. Script is a break point. At any given point, anyone can say no. After the script, here's the other advice, right? Since it's just us, the first 15 pages have to be perfect.
Yeah.
right? Like
Okay.
you got to write the fuck out of those first 15 pages because I don't have time to read more than that for the most part, right? So if your big twist is coming on page 20, I may never get there, right? If the grand character reveal or the meet cute is on page 19, I might never get there. Make that first 15 pages irresistible,
Exactly.
undeniable,
And easy
I
on the
might-
eyes.
Yeah, I might never
Formatting.
get there, right? So that's the thing.
Thanks, y'all. Appreciate it.
Yay. All right.
All right.
It's midnight here on the East Coast. Do we have any East Coasters here in our 60 who are left? Woo!
Oh, God, you guys are rock stars. I love my West Coast folks, but I'm an East Coast kid at heart, so I've got both, right?
Hey, you guys are just so much fun. This was great fun. Great stories. Every single one of your stories shared tonight and last night has awesome potential, serious potential.
Lovely.
So,
thanks so much, everybody. Take it easy.
Good night,
Hey,
everybody.
everyone say thanks to Rodrigo for like holding down this.
Yes, thank you, Rodrigo.
And congratulations. You know, getting hitched. It's amazing.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Congratulations.
Okay, and everybody stay in touch. Let's see each other on Facebook and on social media and keep this going.
And save that chat. Save the chat before it closes.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
save the
Yeah, 'cause I think
chat.
I missed most of the chat. Sorry.
There you go.
Okay.
All right. Good night, everybody.
All right,
Take it
good
easy.
night.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas.
Happy ho ho ho.
Night.
Bye.